Good morning everybody and welcome along to the second ever Lydden Legends Festival here at the home of rallycross, which for the next 2 days is the ultimate place to be for the celebration of all things rallycross but rallying as well. We're here right here at the home of the sport with a stage built by circuit owner Pat Duran ready for this weekend. We've got a paddock stacked full of rally and rallycross machinery. Over 100 cars from the 60s through to the 2010s are here for the next couple of days. We've just going through the practice procedure at the minute, so everyone in the paddocks had 3 practice laps, and we'll then be moving into the heats and moving through a whole celebration of rally and rallycross machinery. I'm Dan Wright. I'll be guiding you through the action across the course of the weekend, trackside and here in the paddock as well. But it's just a great celebration of all things rally and rallycross. Our first interview is going to kick-start here on the stage at 10:30 in the morning. So 5 minutes or so time, we'll have John Wells, former British rallycross champion, here on the stage. So while you're not if you're not here trackside watching on the live stream, do stay tuned with us throughout the weekend because there's lots to see across the 2 days. We've got Trevor Reeves, Liam Duran, Andrew Jordan, all due to be doing interviews here, so there's plenty to see in the paddock. But if you're trackside, then that is an excellent place. It's the best spectator circuit in the country, and we're going to have races from huge variety of machinery. We've got MG Metro 6R4s trundling their way through the paddock in the background now. The paddock, as always here at Lydden Hill, is open, so do make sure you're heading into the paddock throughout the weekend to soak up the atmosphere of the second Lydden Legends Festival. We had it 2 years ago in 2024. It's been 2 years in the planning, this event. We've now got more retro cars than ever before, and it's set to be a great race. We'll be back at 10:30 for our first interview with John. But back to the track action for now as we continue with practice once we've got a car cleared up from one of the earlier practice run. So our first interview here on stage will be at 10:30. We're ready to go here in the Lydden Hill paddock with our first interviewee of the weekend. We've got lots planned across the course of the 2 days, and we'll kick-start it with a double British Rallycross champion, winner of the British Rallycross Grand Prix at Brands Hatch, and all-round Rallycross legend, John Welsh. And John, great to have you here at the second Lydden Legends Festival. A busy paddock, and you're already here yesterday, so you're already soaking up the atmosphere. What should be a great event?
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant. Anybody looking or thinking about it should come down. Pat's got the track at its absolute best. It's really full atmosphere, and to see so many cars. We've and every now and then out pop 200 or a Peugeot Wheels Metro, all the stuff I want to walk around and just kick and pay them back. But no, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Come down and see it.
You're standing in front of a works rally car, a Mark III Ford Escort, the closest we could have got this week. What you would have won the Grand Prix in back in the day, in a way. That's 40 years ago in December, your victory at Brands in 1985. It still feel like yesterday, or a distant memory now?
But no, 40 years ago, you get old, the time goes quicker. The interesting thing about the Mark III Escort is I was sponsored by Ford at the time, and when we run the Nova Challenge, Louise Aitken-Walker, who's the driver of this car, she drove our little Nova, which was an absolute treat when the Nova Challenge was running at its full strength and everything like that. So, yeah, the Escorts that we built at the time were unique with X-Track. It was very that we had some very original thinking people. Made Martin Shanker, who was obviously my mate. It was a huge time, and you just cannot believe where the technology that suddenly burst from rallycross, and it went right across. It transformed the world of rallying. Absolutely fantastic, and that technical achievement and ability that rallycross has just crept all the way up through all the branches of sport. So no, wonderful times. I'm sure it wasn't 40 years ago.
And you were the first British winner of the British Rallycross Grand Prix at Brands. What a huge event that was at the time, and the final as well. You had to climb out the boot lid, I think, didn't you, at the end of the race? It was a lot of contact and damage during that final at Brands all those years ago, but to win that in such a front of such a massive crowd must have been the highlight of your career.
I would have thought so, because I'd done such a lot of racing abroad in Europe, stuff like that, and we in all the Scandinavians on their home tracks. I'd been lucky enough that I'd won a championship up in Norway, which again was a huge confidence boost. To do the Grand Prix, a year of building the car and everything like that was just fantastic. And even now, whether we're doing touring cars, Porsches, 24-hour stuff, people wherever you are in Europe, and they always talk about the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
No, absolutely brilliant.
After the Escort, you went into the Vauxhall Astra years, had good results in those cars as well. But you said yesterday you had 3 of those Astras over that time. That a good period for you as well.
Well, the Astra was a logical progression to build from the X-Track Escort, because we wanted to stay with X-Track, and we needed to demonstrate how the transmission and the variable centre diff would work in rally cars. We went with Mike Endine over to Russellheim, demonstrated the car. I was in flip-flops and whatever. I had a go, and I came back in and I said, do you want to, shall I have a go and show you what the car can do? And I think Tony Full, 2 of his drivers, I think was Renault Altonin, and just said, you just knocked 4 seconds off the lap record and you're in flip-flops. And he said, anyway, their test driver jumped in, had a go, and he just got out and he just was saying, buy it. And Mike Endine had promised and delivered to do 200 units for Opel at the time, and he secured Mitsubishi and Toyota. So that kicked off the biggest transmission company in the world, which just, they're head and shoulders now. Fabulous.
And for those who don't know, you've got an Astra back that you are getting ready again for these sort of events. Is that right?
Oh yes, I think the atmosphere that the Legends have got has actually surprised me. To be walking around, seeing lots of old faces and seeing lots of new faces, which is what the rallycross has always wanted. It's needed new people to come in. They start at the bottom, they work their way up. Some of these cars now are obviously very expensive, but the replica ones are pretty good, and they're the ones that they can afford to race. The Astra, which I'm building at the moment, I sold the car and built my house, as it turned out, but I sold the car to Tommy Christopherson, who took the transmission out of it, the extract, and all the tricky bits we got in there. He then went and won the European Championship in his Audi Quattro the following year. The car vanished into the mist of the middle of Sweden, and lucky enough we found it, got most of the very hard bits to make, and it's nearly back together. The gearbox is back. The rest of it's tucked away and not being lazy, but it does get harder to work on these.
Do you think you'll get it out for next year then, if it could be doable?
Oh, I think I won't drive it, but Daniel, my lad, will. And yeah, I think you have to have a target, and there's no reason why we can't. Interesting fact is, just to my right, about 30 metres away, is where the second Escort. I came down the hill, and I'd been very clever in the pits. I'd been on the rollers, the tyre warmers, everything. Switched off the wets and put slicks on it. Wandered down a little bit late onto the grid, feeling very smug on pole position. I'm on slicks, they're on wets. And then from behind me come the biggest rainstorm that you'd ever seen. So Muppet Welch, he's last off the line. And I thought, right, to win the championship or something, I had to be fourth to get into the super final. So I was picking the cars off one at a time, and I came down the hill here, and there was, in retrospect, I know there's an oil spill across, which is why there'd been a red flag. As I put the brakes on, it went sideways. I overtook an RS200. I thought, well, clever John, all I've got to do when I get to the corner is put the power on, pull it straight, and off we go. The trouble was the paddock banking got there quicker than me turning right, and that was what totaled the original X-Track Opel.
But brilliant to have the Welsh name back in the paddock. It will be. You said you might be able to get the car ready as a static this year, but that's just got away from you a little bit. So no chance of seeing it towards the end of this year, at least.
No, I think we want, if everything. To actually bolt it together is a couple of weeks' work. Okay. It's painted, it's done, it's sat there all in bits. It's easy. I've got Daniel, my lad, about the electric rallycross champion of England. Yeah. A little meeting, but a little bit of fun. He'll drive it, and hopefully he can go and have a good old thrash with Andrew Jordan.
Yeah, that's it. We've got such big names in the paddock now. The Legends thing's really grown. Here, Dan's chatting away to Andrew in the paddock now. That's the social side of it's great, isn't it? The whole, that you've mentioned earlier, brings together drivers from yonks ago, but also up and coming drivers. It's really, lovely atmosphere in the paddock.
Yes, for all the modern ones. When you do British touring cars, it's phenomenal. It's 7 days a week, 24 hours, and it is the place to be, without a doubt.
So we're into our first race of the 90s supercars now, and the rallycross action kicking off first day of the second Lydden Legend Festival. It's Dara Morris from Ireland who's coming down Hairy Hill in his Per Eklund tribute Subaru Impreza, leading this train of cars. His fellow Irishman Pat Ryan behind him in a Mitsubishi Colt, but up towards the timing line to win the first 90s supercar race of the weekend is Dara Morris, chased home by Pat Ryan. Thomas Ramanauskas finishes third, the Lithuanian former rally man. George Tracy Sr. in his Citroen Zara, ex-Kenneth Hansen car, and the final finisher, Gerard Roussel, in his Renault 5. We should expect some great action from the 90s rallycross machines across the course of the 2 days. The Irish are at the top of the field in that one, with our former championship winning car in Ireland in the hands of Dara Morris, the brilliant Per Eklund tribute with the huge F1 rear wing on the back. When Per Eklund drove this car in period, he had a proper F1 rear aero on the back of the car. Dara's got a replica F1 wing on the back of the car at the minute, but back home in Ireland, he's got an ex-F1 wing ready and waiting to go on to the Subaru. So expect to see F1 bewinged Impreza at the Lydden Legend Festival next time it returns to the circuit. Great to see so many of you here trackside and watching on the live stream. We're live on YouTube across the course of the 2 days, but here in the sunshine at the home of Rallycross. Welcome to Lydden Hill for the second ever Lydden Legends Festival. More than 100 cars in the paddock to enjoy, and out on circuit as well. This is no museum, it's a very fast-paced museum, because we are getting rallycross races, rally demos, and a family battle as well, which we'll look forward to later this afternoon, with the second generation rallycrossers joining the circuit with their dads. We'll look forward to that later on. We've got Andrew Jordan versus Liam Duran in Citroen C4s as well. So plenty to look forward to. And our next batch of cars are into the rallycross two-wheel drive group now. Joe Luke Eastwood on pole position in his Robert Gibson tribute livery Metro, the number 7 Alfa Romeo alongside from France. That is René Dubras in the number 7. And to run you through the rest of the grid, and I've just ran back from the paddock having completed one of the interviews. I haven't got my full grid sheet here, but we've got Renault Clio from France, a former Division 4 championship winning Renault Clio on row 2. Simon Hart from England in the former Retro Rallycross champion in 137 alongside. And on the back row, a Talbot Sunbeam of Hannah Stewart, Peter Christmas in his Toyota Corolla, and Ray Morgan in his ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort Mark III. So all of these races are going to be over from the start line marshal, and Rallycross two-wheel drive is about to get going. Look towards the timing lights. 3 laps ahead of us. No Joker lap to worry about this weekend in the Retro races, as ever with the Retro division. We go green and we're away, and it's a good start from row 2 from number 401, our former championship winning Division 4 Renault Clio from a French series, a highly competitive national championship. The French is always super strong, and we've got a large contingent of drivers from across the channel here this weekend, from the 4-wheel drive rallycross cars we've just enjoyed to the 2-wheel drive options as well. Fight for second place between Dubras in the Alpha and the Renault Clio, the ex-Clio Cup style machine on the inside through the elbow. And then best of the British at the minute is Ray Morgan in 114 in his Ford Escort. So that's how they stand going out of North Bend Hairpin for the first time. Joe Luke Eastwood's car packed up on the parade lap yesterday, coming back from the big group shot on media across the overnight, but he's got the car repaired and he's working nicely in 5th place at the minute. Ray Morgan making his way up the order in 114. But it's Pete Christmas at the back of this train, and Ray's now making his move on the Alpha, coming down into the Talladega banking for the second time. So Ray, who was here at a rally sprint a few weeks ago, trying out a new power steering setup on the car for this season, getting more and more used to it, and he's now up into 2nd spot behind what was a former Division 4 championship winning Renault Clio. So we know there's some top class machinery out there. The numbers on the sides, the period numbers they would have run in competition, and every driver's been given a special colour-coded number system, which you'll see in the paddock. Do make sure you're wandering around the Lydden Hill paddock across the course of the 2 days, because it is crammed full of top level rally and rallycross machinery. We begin our final lap of this opening rallycross two-wheel drive race of the weekend. 1 mile then left to go, and we are set for a very packed schedule both on and off circuit. KAP, the local car specialist from Cheriton, sponsoring the event. Scare Electric involved as well. We've got Pat the Rand's Rosie Ford RS200 here in the paddock and in Scare Electric form as well. So plenty to see both on circuit as we have a good battle between Joe Luke Eastwood in his Metro and our Renault Clio for fourth spots. Dubros has a spin going through the Devil's Elbow, and the Alpha is thrown away third spot then. So after a decent start, and having started on the front row, our Alpha number 7 drops to the very back of the pack, but it is going to be a win for our former Division 4 championship winning Renault Clio 401, which comes through to take the victory. Ray Morgan in 114, your second finisher after a good climb through the order, and our third place runner should be our Clio Cup style machine from France, which is going to try and make it towards the line. Big tank slapper coming up to the commentary tower, but does beat Joe Luke Eastwood over the timing line. So good stuff then from our first rallycross two-wheel drive race of the weekend. We'll be ready to go with another batch of cars. Our next interview on stage in the paddock will be at 11:30, and that will be with former British and European rallycross star Trevor Reeves. So great to have Trevor back here in the paddock this weekend. Do look for Trevor in the paddock if you're here at the circuit. In half an hour's time, he'll be on stage in the new start ramp in the paddock. Our next batch of cars already heading out onto circuit for our next two-wheel drive race. Our next grid of rallycross two-wheel drives onto the line with Dan Swayland in his Ford Escort Mark 1, Gary Dixon in his Vauxhall Astra. Great to have Gary here from Lincolnshire in his ex-rally car Vauxhall. 691 is alongside Nigel Davey in his Triumph TR7 V8. Row 2, we find the Super Retro Championship winning car of the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club crew. This is the car that Charlie French has driven to victories in the last couple of years, but it's Scott Reed, the captain of the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club, who is driving the car today. Great to have Scott behind the wheel, usually so busy running the cars. Today he gets a chance to go behind the wheel himself. So the squad from Heathfield will be keen for a good result for Scott, and we'll see how he goes in SR1. Alongside him is Alan the Rocket Crockett in Vauxhall. We should see excellent stuff from Alan, who was a star last year in Super Retro. 3, Steve Cousins in the Renault 5. Stuart Turpin in the legendary Vauxhall Nova of his dad Mike, and Vince Bristow, our final starter in 97. We're away and go then with our first rallycross two-wheel drive group of the day, well, our second batch in fact, and it's Alan Crockett already who charges into the lead. Great stuff from Alan from the get-go. He is away and gone, and he'll show the speed which we saw so evidently last year in the Super Retro Championship. Unfortunately, Alan's been unable to put a full campaign together in Super Retro for 2026, but he's using the car at these special one-off events this season, and it's brilliant to have him here at the home of the sport, up into North Bend Hairpin for the first time, with Scott Reed under pressure from Steve Cousins through the right-hander at North Bend Hairpin, and down Hairy Hill they come. Nigel Davies in quite a comfortable second place at the minute, but there's a real duel on between the Renault 5 of Steve Cousins and Scott Reed in the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club Prepared Martin Skanker tribute, and Scott's holding on, keeps ahead, on to third place for now. He's an experienced sprinter, is Scott. He sprints a Ford Escort here regularly at Lydden events, but hasn't been on the rallycross circuit very much at all, and great to have Scott here holding his own in third, ahead of Steve Cousins. Dan Swayland in the new Ford RS200 powered Ford Escort Mark 1. He's got an 1800cc turbocharged engine in the Mark 1 Escort for this year. A huge rear wing on the back, and he gets a place because Steve Cousins makes a mistake going out of the Devil's Elbow, and Dan Swalen then up into 4th spot now. So Dan didn't have the car ready for the Easter round here a few weeks ago, so Dan was unable to step into the Mark 1 Escort for that weekend. He used the Mark 2 Escort as up ahead of him on that meeting just to get some championship points, but he had a great result at Mondello Park in Ireland a few weeks ago, and Dan is having a good run here. Remember, this is a non-championship event, but they're rallycross drivers at the home of the sport. You're going to want to get good finishes at this Lydden Legend Festival, and Alan Crockett's doing just that at the minute. They're on to their final lap now. Last lap board has been shown. 6.91 of Nigel Davies in a comfortable second, but Dan Swalen now into 4th with Steve Cousins still there or thereabouts, the ex-Phil Collard Renault 5. Vince Bristow's behind him in the tail-happy BMW, and Stuart Turpin at the back of the train in the Vauxhall Nova, the giant kid in Vauxhall, which his dad Mike took to the BTRDA Rallycross title in 1996. So it's celebrating an anniversary here this weekend, but it'll be Alan Crockett then who takes victory in 110. Alan wins. 6.91 of Nigel Davey is in 2nd. 3rd will be Scott Reed in SR1. Dan Swalen 4th. Steve Cousins in 50s 5th. Vince Bristow and Stuart Turpin with the legendary Little Nova, our final finish. Or is he? No, Gary Dixon still to come through. So Gary off the back of the pack in this one, but we'll expect to see the former Super National front runner. He's had some great results in that pink and white Vauxhall over the years. Great to have Gary here at Lydden Legends Festival for our 2nd event of its kind here at the home of the sport. But it's Alan Crockett who does it. The drivers, as ever, wave to the crowd here as they trundle back down to the paddock, and our next batch already heading out onto circuit. Thanks, mate. .310 Polytechnic, brilliant looking car with a huge rear wing. James Harold in the family heirloom Volkswagen Beetle, Will Ovenden in the ex-Jamie Bird Renault Clio, and Patrick Briffaut in the BMW. 3 laps ahead of us, we're green and go at Lydden for our 3rd batch of 2-wheel drive rallycrossers, and it's a good start from Lambert Galland in the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo. First time we've seen this very colourful looking car here at Lydden Hill, and James Harold is going to settle into 2nd spot. Stuart Emery from pole drops down into 3rd, but he's going to try and go around the outside of James and gets a bit tail happy on the approach to the jump, but the Faversham favourite up over the tabletop in 71. Stuart there 3rd. There's an issue behind for Gustave Tarrier in the Alpine. He's lost a bit of time over the tabletop, and that's delayed Will Ovenden and Patrick Briffaut, but a fight for the lead because James Harold's looking up the inside of Lambert Galland as they go into North Bend Hairpin, and James is alongside him then, and through comes the Beetle. The brilliant Beetle, which we've seen so many years here at the circuit, not as many times recently, but great to have the Beetle out on track. The ex-Peter Harold Beetle, which the family have kept running all these decades later, and great to have James at the front end here. And now Lambert Galland is coming under pressure from Stuart Emery, because Emery's trying to go right around the outside at Talladega, and on the old Chessons drift sequence he gets it done, and Emery's up into 2nd spot then. So the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo drops down into third spot. It's Will Ovenden who's now in fourth, but James Harold in the Volkswagen Beetle, he is your race leader, and it's brilliant to have this car here at the circuit for this weekend. Jenson Button drove it here a few years ago for a BBC F1 feature, the 600 brake horsepower turbocharged Beetle. It is a 2.1 litre engine in this car, and it's brilliant to have it here. He did a brief shakedown on a track day here a few weeks ago, and James back out on circuit for this weekend. He begins his final lap, the ultimate rallycross Beetle. It did used to be four-wheel drive configuration. It went back to two-wheel drive 1996, and Peter drove the car until 1998, so it's been around the rallycross block for a good while, but it may now be coming under pressure because Stuart Emery's closing, and the Renault 5 is coming under pressure now from Will Ovenden. So Will Ovenden, our cross car championship race winning driver, is now pressurising the Renault 5. It's an all Renault affair as they go through Devil's Elbow. The older Renault 5 against the more modern Clio. They charge up Harry Hill into North Bend. There's two packs for cars to watch because we've got James Harold leading the way, but Will Ovenden's now up the inside of the Renault 5, and he gets the move done on the Renault Clio. The checker flag is flying. James Harold wins. Stuart Emery is in second. Will Ovenden comes through. The 20-year-old from Addisham comes through in third spot in 72, and our fourth place finisher, the excellent-looking Renault 5 Maxi Turbo of Lambert Galland, he finishes fourth. 80-year-old Gustave Tarrier with number 80 on the door. Great to have Gustave here this weekend. He finishes in fifth, and our final finisher will be the number 27 BMW of Patrick Breffaut, a brilliant looking car as well. That's the BMW M3, which is our final finisher. Great stuff from the Rallycross two-wheel drive runners. We might have time to get another batch in on commentary before the next Q&A session. We should be able to do that. That's another batch of cars heading out of dummy grid now. So we've got a busy schedule here at the second ever Lydden Legends Festival. And you see the organisers know that for a fact. They are quickly getting these cars out. We have got a lot to run through. More than 100 cars in the paddock. And it's Lee Wood, the former oval racing champion, who comes down onto pole position in his treble 3 car. Check. Line. Lee Wood on pole position for our next Rallycross two-wheel drive group. John Cross alongside, and this is a new car for John, the former European Championship regular in his BMW. He swapped the Volkswagen-powered Lancia Stratos, sold the car. The car's no longer in Rallycross, it's going sprinting instead, and he's now built this new BMW. First time we've seen the car in anger. Alongside him, Rudolf Schaefer from France in his Citroën Saxo, experienced French competitor in Super 1600 for many years. Row 2, Ian Halfhide and Alan Tapscott. And the final row, we've got Davy Crockett, and that's Alan's dad, and the final starter, Opel Corsa of Niels van Warrenberg from Holland. Great stuff as they blast away from the line. Lee Wood doesn't get his way at all well. He gets swallowed up by the pack. Alan Crockett got delayed, but it's Rudolf Schaefer then, the French flyer, who leads the way. Alan Tapscott goes really deep in his Mark II Escort, but it's Rudolf Schaefer who's our early leader up over the tabletop in this Citroën Saxo Maxi. A great looking car. It was a brilliant machine in France, and it's great to have it here at Lydden Hill for this weekend. Rudolf is an experienced rallycross campaigner over the channel, and great to have him here. John Cross is in strife though in the BMW. The cross sport car on its debut is slow through the Devil's Elbow on the first run, but it's Schaefer who leads. Lee Wood in second spot. Alan Crockett into third in the Vauxhall Chevette. New livery on the car for Alan. Great to, Davy Crockett in third spot, getting the Crockett's muddled there. But 135 is your third runner. Van Warrenberg from Holland. That's Niels van den Warrenberg in his
Opel Corsa is your 4th place runner. Great to have Niels here. He only drives the car on special one-off events, and this is definitely one of those. The second Lydden Legend Festival is back with a bang, and so too is Rudolf Schaefer, because the Citroen Saxo is absolutely charging as it pulls gears going up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin. He's got Lee Wood beginning to close the gap. None of this is timed, so there's no timings across the course of the weekend. There's no timing screen to monitor here, no points to worry about. It really is a celebration of rally and rallycross machinery, and that is what we are seeing here on the circuit right now, with the Citroen Saxo leading the rear-wheel drive Ford Escort, a classic rallycross duel between the front-wheel drive Saxo, the rear-wheel drive Escort. Throw it all together onto this brilliant circuit and you are set for a grandstand finish, because Lee Wood is now on the Citroen Saxo, up over the tabletop for the final time. Schaefer leads the way, Lee Wood in the treble 3 car second, but the former oval champion who switched across to rallycross after COVID period, really, in a John Welsh replica, he's closing in on the plucky little Saxo, which leads the pack. North Bend Hairpin for the final time. Lee Wood's running out of tarmac here. He's running out of time because Saxo's still got the lead. He's closing in as they come down Hairy Hill, but can Schaefer hold on? Into the final turn they come, onto the loose section. Schaefer 4:05, up over the finish line they come. Great stuff from the Frenchman. He takes the win. Second spot for Lee Wood in the treble 3 car. Third is Davy Crockett in the Vauxhall. Fourth for Niels van den Warrenberg, who's sharing the car with his dad Henk this weekend. Alan Tapscott fifth, and Ian Halfhide in 226 is your final finisher. Or is he? No, John Cross is still to come through. So John, who's swapped the Stratos for the BMW, and we'll hope to see better pace from John as the weekend goes on, because this is his first weekend in the car, and great to have him here on the circuit for his first run in anger. We've got another group heading out onto circuit. I'm going to need to head back over to the paddock shortly for our next Q&A. That'll be at 11:30 on stage with Trevor Reeves. So do head into the paddock if you want to watch that at 11:30. Next Q&A, which will be running throughout the weekend. The schedule is available in the paddock. Programs are available here at Lydden Legend Festival for £5. Do make sure you pick up one of those. Really nice souvenir of the weekend. But our next batch of rallycrossers heading onto the Canterbury Straight, and we have Jos Sturkens from Belgium in his Mark 1 Escort down onto pole position number 54. A former European Rallycross Championship star comes down onto the front row. Gary Simpson alongside in 52. Gary from York in the Ben Ekstrom tribute livery, purple BMW dealer team colours. Ben Ekstrom, the dad of Matthias Ekstrom, former world rallycross champion. This is a tribute car to him, and great to have Gary out on circuit alongside Terry Moore from Ashford, just along the A28, not far at all to travel for Terry in the Kent Cams Swift Tune powered Mini. Great to have Terry here in a giant kidding little car. Tom Brooks starting on the second row, the Ramsgate-based commentator. You hear him on Formula E and the European Rallycross Championship a few weeks ago. Tom's giving his Honda Civic a test run ahead of a later round here in the BTRDA Rallycross Championship at the two-wheel drive Super Prix, and his dad Neil will be driving the car up at Blyton later this month. Our final starter in his Will Gollop overalls is Ted Shepherd, the nephew of 1992 European Rallycross champion Will Gollop, who's here this weekend. Great to have Ted on circuit in the ex-Stuart Emery Peugeot 206. We're ready to go then, ready to race. 3 laps ahead of us for our final two-wheel drive race before we step up to the four-wheel drive brigade. Terry Moore gets a good start from the outside of row 1, but it's Jos Sturkens in the more powerful Ford Escort who's leading them down onto the loose section, and Ted Shepherd's going to try and go right around the outside then. So Ted's right high and wide around the Talladega banking. That's a very long way to go, but he's got second place away. Great stuff then from the second generation rallycrosser. Dab Martin drove Will Gollop's Saab back in the 80s and 90s, and Ted now, the new star of Clubman's rallycross competition. He's planning to be in this sport for a long time to come. He's got a YouTube channel which is growing. He's following every bit of progress he does in the rallycross world is shown on YouTube. He's really putting a hell of a lot of effort into this, and he's driving very well on circuit as well, because he's on the tail now of Belgian visitor Jos Sturkens into Paddock Bend for the first time they come, with Jos Sturkens in 54, race leader. The 1-3-2 of Ted Shepherd. 2 laps to go. The 74 car of Terry Moore in third. Gary Simpson fourth. Tom Brooks, after a drama towards the jump, he's at the back of the pack in fifth spot. But Ted Shepherd is closing on Sturkens as they go up over the tabletop for the second time. Jos was a star of European Rallycross for many a season. He had a huge accident at Brands Hatch in a Ford Mondeo Karcher sponsored car years ago. He's won the European Touring Car Championship in a Karcher sponsored Ford Focus. He is a very experienced driver as he heads through the North Bend hairpin and down Hairy Hill.
We've just seen the group rallycross celebration race complete here at the second Lydden Legend Festival. We've got a little bit of track maintenance now. It gives us a great opportunity to talk to an absolute star of British and European rallycross during the 70s, 80s and 90s, and that's Trevor Reeves. Trevor, great to welcome you to the Lydden Hill for the Legends Festival. Brilliant to be back here, and you're due to be going out on circuit at some point as well because you've got a Ford Sierra in the paddock, but great to welcome you.
You're very kind, thanks very much. Yes, I'm supposed to be doing some demonstration runs on Pat Duran's car, because that was the car that Pat had when I first met him. When I was just finishing my career, he got the car and we gave him a few tips on how to make it go straight rather than round in circles.
And we're standing here on the stage in the middle of the paddock next to a Mini similar to the car that Trevor would have driven to the 1977 BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship all those years ago. And Trevor, that sort of launched your career. You were such a star in Minis in Rallycross, and then you went on from there. Yeah,
the Minis were really the mainstay of my early career. This is just a typical example. It's just fantastic. Looking into it, there's no back end to it. It's all plastic panels. The front comes off. The number of times we've been sitting in the paddock here in the mud, it's out, oh, gearbox is broken, do this, do that, changing things. Carburetors filling up with dirt and all sorts of things. Yeah, this was just fantastic because we didn't have any suspension in those days. Nothing worth talking about. So, set of spacks on the front, and when you see the car around nowadays compared to the bumping and the leaping and everything we had, that Mabs bank was it was then. It was just, how we ever, I don't know. The only reason I've got strong shoulders is because we had locked diffs in these, and if you didn't concentrate, you were in the weeds.
So how different was Lydden in that part of time then? Mabs bank, as you mentioned, long gone now, but when you come into the circuit today, how is it compared to when you were out in the 70s in the Mini?
Well, I got lost on the way in because it all changed. The sat-nav wasn't quite, my memory wasn't quite up to it. But yeah, it looks a lot smoother. There was no jump in there. The corner going on the main straight seems to be slightly less tight than it was in those days. That's where I had my first big accident in the Mini. Like I said, no suspension, bounced straight into the wall. But it just seems to be a lot smoother. The whole thing seems to, the way the cars react. So I'm really looking forward to having there in Pat's car.
Yes, and that brings us on to Pat Sierra then. So Pat started his rallycross career in a Ford Sierra similar to the car you were driving back in Division 1 and get out on circuit for a run.
Yeah, that's the hope. Of course, the car is brand new. It never turned a wheel. Liam took it round just to make sure everything functioned on the tarmac. They've had a bit of an issue with a clutch pulling through the bulkhead, but typical teething problems. Everything works absolutely perfectly, but one thing that failed is a little clutch cable and a little washer. Just the way it goes. That's rallycross for you.
But you were a star in Division 1 in the Ford Sierra. You were taking the fight to the Scandinavians, Kenneth Hansen, Skogstad. We won 3 years in a row here in Division 1 at Lydden, so you're a bit of a Lydden specialist back in the day.
Yeah, it was always been our best circuit. I started rallycrossing here, and when we got the Escort Turbo first of all, and then the RS 500, this was the place in the international, because we started doing the international, one of the first to start the proper international, say taking the fight to the Scandinavians with the RS Turbo, and that car still exists. It still exists in Sweden. And then when we got the RS 500, the extra power and everything made it really difficult for the Volvos and the Saabs that we were racing against.
And when your rallycross career ended, you went into circuit racing in Ford Fiestas, and you're in a Le Mans Classic hat here today, so you're still keeping busy in historic racing.
Yeah, very lucky. I've got friends with nice cars, so I've driven Cologne Capris. We're doing a little chevron at the Classic Le Mans a couple of weeks' time. We did Nürburgring 24-hour races in a Porsche Cup car, did that 3 years on the trot. So yeah, Formula 1 car, driven Monaco. Still got the lap record there because they changed the historic cars, because they changed the circuit immediately after we'd done it, so that'll never get broken. So yeah, no, I've had a really good career since rallycross. It's been great fun.
And you're still keeping busy, the family business, which people would have probably remembered from back in the day, the furniture shop, which you're still running up in Croydon.
Yeah, that's still going strong. We recovered from the fire. The insurance was good. The press and the publicity kept us all going, so we didn't have to do anything nasty like fold it up. So we're still going strong, still trying to survive in the economic climate today, which is challenging. But as you know, we're resilient people because we started with rallycross.
Yeah, that is starting out in a Mini like this. Yeah, it's a great school to begin with. And yeah, great to have you here, Trevor. And you're really keen to get out on circuit shortly and try out. Because that's a whole new ball game.
Oh, I'm absolutely busting for it. I tell you, I can't wait. Apparently, they've got some very long gearing because it was a touring car, so it's geared for about 170. So hopefully, we won't get that far today. Otherwise, we're going to have a big accident.
Does it tempt you to get back into the retro scene yourself, as you're still a regular competitor in circuit? Did it mean you might look to rallycross in the future at some point?
Well, that depends upon how well my back holds out, because as you get older, you're not quite so supple. So that's going to be a very interesting thing. But I think the modern day suspension is so much better than it was in the day when I was doing rallycross, and the circuits being smoother. You never know. Pat might lend it to me again.
Oh, we never have a word of him. But just finally, we're next to the Mini here, Trevor, and that was what the Dove Group sponsorship on there. Murray Walker commentary. That was what Lydden was all about back in those years.
Yeah, that was absolutely great days, especially when we got the 16-valve engine and you could take it to the escorts and up and down Hairy Hill. You'd always lose out with the 8-valve engine, but now. So we had some great times with those cars, big bull bars on the front to nerf people out the way, which you're not allowed to do. But they were great times. The tyre technology has moved on as well, because we started off doing soft tyres, soft compound. We used race tyres, run at massive pressures, so they didn't get punctures on the stuff. And so that was sort of a way to try and beat the opposition. Any little trick you could get.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us up on stage here, Trevor. We really look forward to seeing what Trevor Reeves can do out on circuit in the Ford Sierra shortly. We're going to be back on stage here later this afternoon with Andrew Jordan. The rally demos, the Group B rally cars, are already heading down into dummy grid, and they'll be out on circuit shortly. So we'll continue with a packed action here at Lydden Hill for the second ever Lydden Legend Festival.
into our four-wheel drive rally. Now we've seen the rally crosses go through one run. Now we've got many rally cars which are here at Lydden Hill this weekend, by two Subaru Imprezas and a very different but genuine Vauxhall Opel team car going through North Bend hairpin now. That is the Vauxhall Cougar which debuted in the 1993 RS Rally. Machine sat in a farmer's shed for 25 years before being repaired and rebuilt, ready for events like this. Just had the stickers put on it this week. Great to see charging joined by two Subaru Imprezas, and if you haven't looked around the paddock yet, you may have missed the huge array of BGM Sport, the Gwyn team which have brought so many top rally machines here this weekend, run by Ian Gwyn. His brother Pete runs the Suzuki Swift Championship in the Rallycross series here, and Ian has brought a brilliant selection of proper pucker rally machinery. We've got Pro Drive built Subarus, a huge array of cars out in the paddock and out on the circuit as well throughout the course of the weekend. Work spec cars in the paddock. Do have a look around there throughout the course of the 2 days. Into our rally drive brigade, and then we'll be doing it all over again for session number 2, which will start after our next Q&A. So our next Q&A on stage in the paddock is Andrew Jordan at 20 minutes past 12. So 12:20 our next Q&A in the paddock, and great to see AJ on stage after he ran very well indeed in his ex-Kenneth Hansen Citroen C4 in our last Rallycross Festival event just a few moments ago. Started from the back of the grid, AJ elected to start from the back as it was his first ever race in the car, and we'll see how Andrew gets on as the meeting unfolds. But Andrew's our next guest on stage in the paddock at 20 minutes past 12, and next batch of four-wheel drive rally cars charging on the target line, Smoky Subaru and the Vauxhall Works car as well. So a great array of machinery to enjoy. It's not just about rallycross here this weekend, it's about the rally machinery as well, and there's plenty of that to get your teeth into across the course of the 2 days. Programs are available for £5 there in the Lydden Hill merchandise stand, which is just down by Paddock Bend next to the dummy grid. So if you haven't already, do try and pick one of those up across the course of the meeting. And it's running this 2-day Lydden Legend Festival with the support of KAP Motor Group, the Sheraton-based company proud to support the Lydden Legends Festival in 2026. You can see the KAP display area, which is up at the back of a Paddock Bend, a very popular spectator point. They've got the new Electrica Moda and JQ range on display, including the new JQ8. So that's on track today as well as the official course car. And if you're at the KAP stand at Paddock Bend, or can head there later in the day, there's a free prize draw you can enter to win a chance to drive a Suzuki Swift here at Lydden Hill in a Rallycross experience. So head to the KAP stand and you'll be able to pick up have a go at the Suzuki Swift competition, because the Suzuki days here at the circuit are very popular indeed. They're a good chance to get behind the wheel in a proper Rallycross car, and you can get the chance to do that thanks to KAP Motor Group, based on Shorncliffe Motor Park in Folkestone. So we look forward to seeing what they do across the course of the meeting. The rally cars on circuit next for our next run.
So a brilliant array of rally machinery continue to charge around Lydden Hill race circuit. The rally drivers using the 1 mile race circuit, the shortest race circuit in the country, with a little chicane thrown in as well on Dover Slope. But just to pick out a couple of the cars we've got out there, we've got the Ginetta G20 coming across the timing line. That's Oliver O'Shea in number 63. He is heading across past the commentary box now and around the first corner. A great array of cars. We've got Saabs, Talbot Sunbeams, as we see sideways coming out of North Bend Hairpin. So Talbot Sunbeams, Ford Pumas, Ford Escort Mark 1s. This is all the two-wheel drive group, and the variety is the spice of life here in this group, because we've got a factory-built Ginetta G20, Talbot Sunbeams, and a huge array of machinery to enjoy. A lot of these cars are proper factory-built cars, with the Ford Puma, which is making its way down Hairy Hill now, is a factory-built, originally a prize drive car in the Ford KA Championship, and that Ford Puma with its spotlights on the front, looking very smart indeed to come to our commentary tower. But Talbot Sunbeams are out in force, and as ever here at the circuit, the paddock will be open throughout the 2 days, so do wander around the different tiers and all of the competition cars down on that lower tier around the scrutineering bay and the food bay, which is open across the course of the weekend. So do get up close and personal with these cars and have a good look as Talbot Sunbeam gets a huge dab of opposite lock through the paddock bend turn. Such a great bend at the bottom of Hairy Hill, used for the Joker Lap section in rallycross events now, but we're not running any Joker this weekend, so the rally drivers can really throw their machines through the bottom of a paddock, get the tail out if needed, and that is an excellent little corner at the bottom of the hill. We can kiss the curb on the inside and throw it into the turn. Mark 1 Escort out on circuit here is Chris Spooner's Ford RS 1600 Works replica. It comes with the Ford Transit, the Mark 1 Ford Transit service vehicle in the paddock as well. His dad Gordon worked at Ford Motorsport at Boreham, building up original rally escorts, so it's an excellent Works replica by Chris Spooner in number 64, keeping the family tradition alive, and he's heading back to the paddock now as we conclude our next batch of two-wheel drive runners. Another busy dummy grid is about to be released, with the Skoda Favorit joining a Subaru Impreza, Peugeot 205, a Mini, a Porsche. There's everything here at Lydden Legend Festival this weekend, and our next batch will be out on circuit in a moment. Our next batch is ready and out on circuit, and this is one of the most unique rallycross cars we've got here in the Lydden Legend Festival paddock this weekend. It's Simon Daly in his Skoda Favorit. He's out on circuit. Was here at 2024 Lydden Legend Festival, and he gets a little bit screwy under braking into the chicane. This Skoda Favorit did the European Rally Championship and the British Rallycross Championship as a and the British Rally Championship as a works Skoda in 1993. It did the same again for the next two seasons, and it won the 1997
British Open Rally Championship. So it's a short little car, but very effective rally machine, and great to see the Skoda favourite here with Simon Daly behind the wheel coming down into Paddock Bend. So the Skoda, which was a star here a couple of years ago, will put on a show again across the course of the 2 days this weekend. Behind him, one of the oldest cars on the entry is the red Mini of Stephen King. So Stephen, who originally from Shepherdswell, just a stone's throw away from Lydden, as Simon Daly goes very wide through Chessons, and Stephen King now in his Mini is going to close up. Former circuit racer Stephen, great to have him back here at the circuit. He last raced at Lydden 14 years ago. It's 36 years since he's made his debut in rallycross in a Mini here at the track. So he describes this Mini as a bit of a Trigger's broom. It's got lots of parts that were used on other race Minis. The engine block and the gearbox were originally from his Mini Miglia that he used to win the 2006 Semsec Championship. And the engine now has been built into a 1380cc unit by Phil Anning, based in Ham Street. So a local firm rebuilding the engine, putting a very effective block into the Mini number 60 as it charged it across the line. And it's been great to have him here at Lydden. He's been a star of the Lydden Legend Festival in recent years, now based in France permanently. Great to have Stephen making the trip back to what used to be his home circuit this weekend. Other cars out on circuit, a very well-loved Ford Escort Mark II. That's the ex-Phil Collins car. They're coming into the chicane section now. Now, this is one from the BGM stable. We'll have Phil Collins here tomorrow. He's going to be coming out onto the stage, and we'll be doing one of our Q&A sessions in the paddock. Phil was a star in this car in British rallying for many years, took on Colin McRae in a similar Mark II Escort, and the man from Herefordshire will be here tomorrow, ready to put on a show, I'm sure, here at Lydden. A bit of a squirrely moment through North Bend Hairpin for the ex-Phil Collins car, but the great array of rally machinery complete their next run. The Skoda favourite of Simon Daly really throws the number 76 car through paddock. Across the timing line they come, but that just gives an idea of some of the cars out here on circuit. There are so many to get through, more than 100 entries in the paddock here at the second Lydden Legends Festival, and brilliant to have such a colourful display. If you haven't seen the big grid shot which took place yesterday, do have a look at the social media pages of Lydden Legends Festival, because the Canterbury Straight was chock-a-block with rally and rallycross machinery. Tom Banks and the team put on a great display to get the cars out there with excellent photography skills to line the cars up very neatly indeed, and we've got a really nice display of rally and rallycross machinery. It's a great advert for this event, and do have a look at those pictures if you haven't already. Our next batch of rally cars will soon be out on circuit. I'll need to head back to the paddock shortly for our next Q&A, because that's at 12:20 with 2013 British Touring Car Champ Andrew Jordan.
All right. Okay.
There's a couple of them doing it. We've just completed our first run here at Lydden Legend Festival for our second ever time of running this event. Rally cars have been out, the rallycross cars have been out, and we've now got a very special Citroen C4 here on the stage in the middle of the paddock, joined by 2013 British Touring Car Champion Andrew Jordan. Andrew, great to have you here at the circuit, and this is a very special car you're leaning on here.
Yeah, it's very good to be back. It's lots of old faces and familiar faces, which is always nice to see. But yeah, the car is Kenneth Hanson's 2006 European Rallycross Championship car, so it's the first C4 he did. And yeah, we brought it about a year ago, done a full restoration on it, and this is its first time out. So as I was just saying to you over there, though, having gone back into it and driven Lydden for the first time in a few years, there's no buzz like it. There really isn't.
That launch away from the line, you've had that one race already, so you elected to start at the back in that one just to get used to going again on the clutch issue you might have had, I think.
Yeah, we just weren't sure on something on the clutch, but that's fine, so we just opted to start at the back, and it was pretty dusty out there, so it's then just getting everything back into your memory. It's quite funny when you've been into a sport like rallycross when everything's quite normal, and then you're away from it for a long time, stuff then isn't normal or it's not what you're used to. So, but actually driving the car is fantastic. It's brings back lots of happy memories, but it's really special. Owning this car is really special. Kenneth was he was the man in rallycross for many years. He won the European Championship 13 times, so to have one of his cars, and it was someone that I looked up to and kind of wanted to be the next Kenneth Hanson when I was starting out in rallycross is really special. So it's one thing driving it, but actually to have it, if I had to have this in the workshop for a year and just see it occasionally, I'd be quite happy with that.
And for those who don't know, many people here would, but you started out in this very sport from the minis back in 14 all the way through to supercars before circuit racing then came, but rallycross really is what you love, like this discipline. Yeah,
circuit racing is pretty boring in comparison, really, if I'm honest. It's I started, my first time here would have been 2014, 2004, yeah. When I was 14, and I was in junior rallycross, which was a great series, lots of good people doing it at the time, very competitive. So to kind of come back here is very special. We progressed on through supercars, and then, as you say, went into circuit racing, which it did me well over that period of time. But as I say, there's no buzz like driving one of these supercars on a circuit like this.
And how much work has gone in? How many hours do you think have gone into this? Finding it as well was a big mission. You found it deep in Finland, got it back, but the condition it was in wasn't good. What it looks like now is a world away from 12 months ago.
Yeah, if we'd known how bad it was, I don't know whether we'd have brought it or not. Probably still would have, but it looked bad in the pictures, and they don't often get any better when they turn up. So Hal Ridge, who's a good friend of mine, he actually found the car and sourced the car. We knew it was a Hanson built car, but we didn't actually know it was his specific car that he raced until a couple of days before it was shipped. So I've actually got a picture of me sat in this car in France at a European round with Kenneth. So to have it is obviously very special, but there's been probably just over 500 hours just in terms of labour, excluding any fabrication and paintwork and stuff like that. So a huge amount of time and effort's gone into the car. I'm very lucky. I've been very busy with our other stuff, so I haven't been massively involved myself in this, but the effort that the guys and my dad have put into it is very, very nice, and I'm very lucky to have it.
And you look the part as well. The team have got all the Kenneth Hanson gear in a way on there. It looks immaculate as always, but it's not just the Hanson history of it. It's the first ever Citroen C4 before even Loeb took it into rallying, so it's an important part of Citroen history as well.
I tell you, I sorted the T-shirts, so that was my input in the whole project, was sorting the tarty bits of the T-shirts. So yeah, this was before Citroen went from the Zara into WRC with the C4. Hanson did the first competition C4, so interesting, the rear wing's actually a WRC rear wing. It's still got the WRC Citroen Motorsport part number on it, so there was obviously a lot of interaction with Citroen and Kenneth at the time. He was a works driver, so yeah, there's some things on the car when we got it, not necessarily the condition of the car, but some of the welding and stuff leaves a little bit to be desired, and you can tell at times they were doing things in a rush. I think when this first race in 2006, it was the first round was in Portugal, it was very tight to get the car done. It actually went on to win that event, but you can tell in some areas they were in a bit of a rush, so we've tried to obviously make it perfect, and it's nicer than it would have been in period, but some of the fundamental stuff underneath is as it would have been.
Right. And a very special number on the door you put there as well, which was Ryan Lawford, a key part of your team back in the Eurotech days, and a close friend and a top rallycrosser as well. Great to run the tribute number on the side. Yeah,
that's really nice. That's something special to me. Ryan I met when he was working with G-Tech with Will Gollop when I was racing the Focus, so he was full time with Will at the time. He was a great lad, and he came on to work with us in British Touring Cars as well, so yeah, just a nice nod to him with the number there.
Well, 727 will be back out on circuit later this afternoon. Andrew, thanks very much for joining us up on stage here. The car looks immaculate. Great to have the JRT squad here in Lydden Hill paddock. Our next batch of rallycrossers are now heading out onto the circuit. So our Group B rallycross machines are out on circuit shortly. We won't hold Andrew up anymore because he'll be out shortly in the Rallycross Festival group. So we'll head back to the track action for our Group B runners. into our next batch of rallycrossers then, and it's the 90s supercars which come onto the line. Tomas Ramanauskas from Lithuania, pole position in the treble 8 car. Alongside him, Pat Ryan in number 48 in a car that started life as a Mitsubishi Evo 6. It's now morphed into a Mitsubishi Colt. So expect to see some good action from Patrick. It is a supercar driven in Ireland, and it's very rapid. Alongside him, Gerard Roussel in the excellent Renault 5. A superb looking stars and stripes, 3 championship winning car. And if you know anything about the French championship, it's a tough championship to win. Patrick O'Donovan on row 2 in GB1 in the ex-Will Gollop Peugeot 306. Hal Ridge in Steve Mundy's Ford Fiesta. George Tracy in the Hanson Zara. And Dara Morris in the Subaru. We're ready to race. 90 supercars are green. Gerard Roussel gets the best launch then, down into Chessons, onto the Talladega banking for the first time, but it's POD. Patrick O'Donovan, who launches around the outside, the former European Rallycross champion. Car which was built by Will Gollop in his G-Tech workshop away in Canterbury, and what a car he built. It is one of the best British Rallycross cars. The Peugeot 306 leads the way up Perry Hill for the first time. Good close action behind. It's Subaru versus Mitsubishi through the Devil's Elbow, but Tomas Ramanauskas hasn't got the horsepower compared to those around him, so the former Lithuanian rallying champion is going to get swallowed up by the pack a bit as they come down Perry Hill. Patrick O'Donovan with a brilliant send through paddock. Great stuff from the triple British Rallycross champion. Number 87 of Gerard Roussel still second. Best of the Irish drivers in third, but Patrick O'Donovan's putting on a great show out front as Hal Ridge goes grass cutting in the background. Hal's onto the infield in the title winning British Rallycross Championship car of Steve Mundy. Great to have that car out at Lydden for the first time, well, the first time in many a year, but it's POD, Patrick O'Donovan, who's stretching his legs out front. The Peugeot 306 is already at the top of the hill. All of the opposition are going round the Devil push lap here, and watch him as he comes into Paddock Bend. He throws the Peugeot into one of the best corners in Rallycross. Patrick O'Donovan putting on a great display as he flicks up the rear on the loose. Great stuff from POD in GB1 onto their final lap, and Patrick is putting clear. Gerard Roussel second, it's Pat Ryan third, the Dara Morris Per Eklund Tribute Subaru's fourth, George Tracy Senior in the Hanson car is in fifth, and then it's Tomas Ramanauskas, but no one can get near Patrick O'Donovan as he drifts through the Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill then for the final time. Patrick's in a different postcode to the rest as he comes into North Bend. A brilliant slide from Patrick, smoking those tyres in the ex-Will Gollop John McCluskey. So many drivers have driven that car. The list is too long to go through here because Patrick is throwing the car through paddock, and he's going to take the checker flag in the Silkaline colours. The iconic livery takes the win here at Lydden Legend Festival. Gerard Roussel will come through in second spot in the Renault 5. That is a great machine. Great to have that here from France. Pat Ryan will be third in the Mitsubishi Colt, ahead of Dara Morris and George Tracy Senior. And our final finisher, Tomas Ramanauskas in the Mitsubishi Evo. Great stuff then from the 90s supercars, and the crowd are loving that. Great round of applause from the spectators down on Dover Slope and around the Devil's Elbow, one of the best spectating spots here at the circuit. And Patrick O'Donovan showing his class in the Peugeot. He can do it in the modern Peugeot 208, he can do it in the Peugeot 306 from times gone by as well. Great stuff from Patrick and the rest of the 90s supercars. That's our batch of four-wheel drive rallycross cars done for now. Next on circuit will be the two-wheel drive rallycross brigade, led by Dan Swayland and co in the Ford Escort.
Into our two-wheel drive rallycross group now, and we have Dan Swayland on what would have been pole position. We're missing our pole sitter, so Dan's an effective pole position starting from second. It's all Ford Escort affair. 2 Mark 1s against 2 Mark 2s. Take your pick in this one. Simon Hart in the John Taylor replica. The Haynes of Maidstone sticker car starts on the front. We have Scott Reed in the SR1 Tuesday Night Rallycross Club title-winning machine, driven by Charlie French, and the back row, the barn find Ford Escort Mark II of Alan Tapscott. Now, Alan's fitted new wheels to the car for this season, larger rims, and he feels that's improved in performance. And we'll see how Alan goes in number 91. Dan Swayden then, front row starter, in his now Ford RS200 powered Ford Escort Mark I. It won the Retro Rallycross Championship. He's now trying to win the Super Retro Championship. So he's upgraded the car from 1600cc to 1800cc. Plus, he's plugged a turbo in as well. So it's got a lot of power. He thinks this Kent Movers car puts out just under 500 brake horsepower. So Dan Swayden on pole position in the Tuesday night the Tuesday Night Club have helped prepare the car at times, but it's not a full-blown Tuesday Night Club machine. That's the car you'll find behind in the hands of Scott Reed. So Mark 1 versus Mark 2. Who will come out on top in this one? Simon Hart is going to lose ground, I'm sure, because he's got more powerful cars around him. But Dan Swayden versus Scott Reed is the race will be very interesting indeed. Now, Scott, looking at the rear wing of this Mark 1 Escort, he was heavily involved in the development of this car, changing it from retro to super retro spec. So the Isle of Sheppey racer, Dan Swayland, up over the tabletop for the first time, getting his first taste of Lydden Hill circuit in this specification of car. He's won race after race in the less powerful up to 1600cc retro division, but he's moved on to pastures new, and he's into the heavy hitting super retro division now, which does produce arguably some of the best racing of the British Rallycross package. It'll be back here for the two-wheel drive Super Prix in July, again in November for the fireworks finale. So lots to look forward to from the retro scene in the British Rallycross Championship, and this is a non-championship round. There's no points to worry about, no titles to win here. It's all about putting on a show and showing these cars off in the best way possible at the best circuit around, and the cars drivers are doing just that. Dan goes up over the tabletop in the RS200 powered Mark II Escort. Behind him is running the same turbo is the Charlie French title winning car in the hands of Scott Reed, and that's based in Heathfield in East Sussex. A number of people were involved in the build of that car. 5 people built the car, up to 12 were involved. About a max brake horsepower of 450 from its Smith & Jones YB engine. It's a 1.9 turbo in the Mark II Escort, behind the 1.8 turbo of the Mark I. So different approaches to the super retro division, but if you're liking what you're seeing here, there'll be plenty more of it to come at Lydden later in the season, with the two-wheel drive Super Prix event and the fireworks finale right at the end of the season. But this is good stuff from Dan Swain, and the Kent Movers car is shifting along nicely, and Dan's into the devil's elbow on this final tour. Alan Tapscott's doing well to keep with them. He's got a Vauxhall red top engine in his red Mark II Escort with the gold wheels. Alan was always a Vauxhall man through the super modified years for many a season, and he's now switched into retro divisions with the Ford, but he's kept Vauxhall power with him, with the red top Vauxhall engine powering him along, but he can't live with Dan Swayland in this one. It's going to be a win then for the Kent man. He takes the win in the two-wheel drive first race of match 2. He wins ahead of second spot Scott Reed, third for Alan Tapscott, and our final finisher, as expected, is Simon Hart, because he's in a completely road legal Mark I Escort. It's still driven on the road, and it is a title-winning rallycross car. So Simon knows his way around this circuit, but he's in the lower class usually, running in the up to 1600cc division. So the local man wins on home turf. Dan Swayland takes the spoils in our first two-wheel drive race of session number 2, and we'll have another busy grid of cars coming out next, with Alan Crockett due to lead them out in the Opel.
Wow.
great grid is building in the sunshine here on the Canterbury Straight, and it's Alan Crockett who starts on pole position in 110. He has a 2.7 litre Millington engine in the Cadet, and we'll see how he goes from the front row. Normally a naturally aspirated car. Alongside him is the number 401, a title-winning car from the French Rallycross Championship this weekend, driven by Emmanuel Anne, a Renault Clio Maxi F2000. Brilliant looking machine with the Yakko stickers on it as well. Gary Dixon starts from the second row in his ex-rally car Vauxhall Astra. He drove this machine in super modified back in the day and had good success in it. Switched to a Vauxhall VX220 but didn't get on with that, so has kept with the Astra in retro events in recent years. Great to have Gary back here at Lydden Legends. Nigel Davey starts from row 2, the man from Cornwall in his Dreckley Motorsport prepared Triumph TR7 V8. Vince Bristow alongside in the tail-happy BMW. Stuart Turpin on the back row in the brilliant little Nova. Steve Cousins in the Renault 5 and Jos Sturkens round out the runners. Big grid, ready to race, 8 cars on the line. It's like a final, this one, as we get ready to go. Good start from Nigel Davey from the second row, but he has nowhere to go. Emmanuel Anne blocks the way, and Alan Crockett's able to scamper away out front. The dentist from Ballymena into the lead. This is reminiscent of the Opel Cadet campaigned by Barry Lee in the late 1970s. It's a brilliant looking car, and as it charges up over the tabletop, the Crockett's into an early advantage. Vince Bristow's running in 4th, Steve Cousins 5th, but it's Frenchman Emmanuel Anne who's mixing it with the British retro regulars here in this two-wheel drive run at the Lydden Legends Festival. Crockett's already scampering away out front, but Emmanuel Anne is having a strong run in second place with Nigel Davey 3rd. Vince Bristow and Steve Cousins are squabbling over 4th and 5th positions, and Bristow loses a spot, so Cousins comes through then, but Bristow's going to try and get back underneath him as they approach the chicane. Good close racing between the 4th, 5th place cars. It's Dixon, Sturkens and Turpin onto their second lap now. Stuart Turpin at the rear of the pack. In the car his dad Mike drove so successfully in the British Rallycross Championship. A huge jump though from Emmanuel Anne in the Renault Clio. He's still second, but he's got a lot of air miles there over the tabletop. Big landing for the Renault Clio. Wouldn't usually be jumping like that around French circuits as such, but great to see the Clio has survived that. It's continuing on its way in second spot. It's being shadowed by Nigel Davey in the Triumph TR7 V8 in 3rd spot, so we'll see how he goes in this one. He's had event wins in the Super Retro division in the past, so 691 of Nigel Davey knows his way around that car, and he's running well in 3rd spot. Gary Dixon, Stuart Turpin and Jos Sturkens at the back of the train, but it's still the Opel Cadet of Alan Crockett which launches its way over the tabletop. Emmanuel Anne goes for a more serene ride over the jump this time through. Through the left hand they come for their final time up into North Bend Hairpin. Alan Crockett is in a class of his own. The naturally aspirated Millington powered Cadet is a serious bit of rallycross kit, and he comes down into paddock for the final time, and the Shell Oil sticker machine is going to take the win then in the second race of our two-wheel drive rallycross runners. Crockett does it. Second spot for Emmanuel Anne in the Renault Clio. 691 of Nigel Davey is in 3rd spot with Steve Cousins, with Bristow. Stuart Turpin's made a good couple of places in that run. He comes through in the number 41 car ahead of Gary Dixon and Jos Sturkens. But good stuff from the retro runners with our French guest as well running this weekend. Emmanuel Anne in an X Division 4 spec car. Brilliant to have the Clio here, and we've got another batch of them due out on circuit in a moment. James Harrell, Stuart Emery and the rest are set to be out on circuit very shortly.
Our next big grid is building, and it's a good looking front row with James Harold in 115 on pole in the Volkswagen Beetle. John Button raced against Peter Harold in a similar car to the Volkswagen we see down here on pole. So great to have James here in the Volkswagen. He sits on the front row alongside Gustave Tarrier, the 80-year-old from France, in his Alpine. The Alpine sports car versus the Volkswagen Beetle. Stuart Emery's on row 2 in 71. Ian Halfhide from Windsor on his return to rallycross last year in the ex-Nigel Davey Peugeot. And on the third row, the 102 car of Lambert Galland in the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo. Patrick Breffaut, a regular in the Loiac Legends and races in Legends events across France in the BMW, starts from the rear of the grid. And Ray Morgan, the Hastings-based garage owner. Great to have Ray, as ever, here at Lydden Hill, and we'll see how he goes in the Ford Escort BDA. Ready to race. We're away, and Ray Morgan gets a good start from the back row. But James Harold is going to do the early leading. The Renault 5 is making good ground already. Lambert Galland is not hanging around, and he's trying to make ground on Gustave Tarrier, and he does it. He's passed Gustave for third place, so the Renault 5's up into third already. But it's James Harold who is doing the early leading in the 115 Volkssport car, the former stock hatch champion. He won stock hatch when it was at its height of popularity. There's so many Peugeot 205s and other front wheel drive machinery that there was E finals before we ever got to the CB and A finals. Stock hatch was huge in the early 2000s, and James Harold was best of the best in it for 1 year in 2003. So we know he's a very handy peddler from his days in the Retro Championship as well. Now the car's just used for special one-off demo events, and that's what we're seeing today. James leading Stuart Emery in the Petter Solberg Tribute Volvo 242. A great car that's been really improving over the winter. New engine, new everything really in the Volvo. A lot of work on the car, and was on course for a good result at Mondello Park before he had gearbox issues later in the day. But the Volvo's back here at Lydden, and this is a good test session for the Faversham man as he chases on behind James Harold. It's an all French battle for third and fourth, because Lambert Galland in his Renault 5 Maxi Turbo is ahead of Gustave Tarrier, and the 80-year-old is showing no signs of slowing down in his Alpine, because he is right there with the Renault as they come out of North Bend Hairpin and down Hairy Hill. Gustave Tarrier is really pushing on here in this two-wheel drive rallycross race. We've got four-wheel drive supercars due out shortly, but Gustave's having a good run in the fourth place car ahead of Ray Morgan in the Ford, Patrick Breffaut in the BMWs at the rear of the train ahead of Ian Halfhide. But it's James Harold who still leads, but the closest fight on circuit is between the Lambert Galland Renault 5 Maxi Turbo and the Alpine, the number 80 car of Gustave Tarrier, because Gustave's right in the thick of it here. He's got Ray Morgan behind him and Lambert Galland just up ahead, but the Alpine A310 is really going along very smartly indeed, but he loses a spot to Ray Morgan coming up Hairy Hill. So Ray does get through, and Gustave just running out of steam towards the end of it. It's going to be a win for James Harold though. James comes through to win. Stuart Emery is into second spot. Third will be Lambert Galland in his Renault 5 Maxi Turbo, a brilliant car. I've seen Renault 5s in British Rallycross over the decades. Roger Newbold, most famously of all, probably in the Renault 5 against Tony Bardi and battles they had for many a season. But the French bring in some brilliant Renaults across the channel, and we are delighted to be joined by Lambert Galland and the rest here this weekend. Ray Morgan finished fourth, Gustave Tarrier in fifth. Sixth spot for Patrick Breffaut in his red-wheeled BMW M3, and our final finisher Ian Halfhide, who's into his mid-70s now, is Ian, showing no signs of stopping as well. The retro division is really bringing old rallycross names back into the sport, and it never seems to be going out of fashion. Lots of drivers want to build cars, want to run in the championship, and you can see how a great show they put on around Lydden Hill Circuit and others around the UK. James Harold heads back to the paddock, and it's next the turn of four-wheel drive rallycross cars with a Lamborghini thrown in as well. Rallycross Festival is our next group, and we had a really good race earlier with Andrew Jordan and the rest thrown in, and this is a good group of machinery, that is for sure. It's for the more modern Rallycross cars, which we had the 90s supercars, these are the 2000s era and a bit beyond, so a great mixture. We've got the Citroen C4 of Andrew Jordan, 727, running Ryan Lawford's number. Ryan was a great part of the Eurotech squad, which ran Andrew Jordan in the British Touring Cars, a top stock hatch peddler here in the British Rallycross Championship, and Andrew running Ryan's number in tribute to his close friend, 727. Great to have Andrew here this weekend, and the JRT squad. It's not just the Rallycrossers though, because we have a very special car from the autocross scene, which has headed over from Germany to race here this weekend, and that is the Lamborghini Gallardo LP560 of Stefan Windschiel. He will be in this race, so expect a Lamborghini to take on the Citroens and Co. But it is George Tracy Jr. who comes down onto pole position, onto the front row at least, in his ex-Olivier Anne Citroen C4. And we see the George Tracy Jr. machine down onto pole. This is a proper Citroen Sport built car, not a Kenneth Hansen C4, it's a Citroen Works car, and Olivier Anne raced it in the French European Championship, put into its 2007 European livery. Tristan Ovenden alongside in a car which started life as a Citroen C4, was reshelled into a Citroen DS3, and he's taken event wins in the British Rallycross Championship in this car. Row 2, Andrew Jordan / Kenneth Hansen. It's an ex-Kenneth Hansen 2006 European Championship car. Brilliant to have AJ here this weekend. Steve Hill alongside in the Mitsubishi Evo 10, and on the back row we find the Lamborghini Gallardo. It started life as a Lamborghini supercar, a proper Lamborghini supercar. It's not space frame. Stefan from Germany has converted this car into autocross spec, so it races in the Austrian Autocross Championship. It's got a 5.2 litre V10 engine, and it's about to go green at Lydden. Get ready for this then. Rallycross Festival at the second Lydden Legend Festival, and it's a great start from AJ. Andrew Jordan gets the blast away from the line. He was a bit hesitant in race 1 because he might have had a clutch issue, but he is blasted into top spot already, away from the line in the Citroen C4. No Liam Duran in this one, so Liam had an issue in race 1. He was leading, but the car stopped. So Liam, hopefully the British bomb, will get him back out later on. But it's Andrew Jordan then who leads the field through the left hand of the Devil's Elbow. Tristan Ovenden right behind him with the Olivier Anne car of George Tracy Jr. with Steve Hill, and at the back of the field, Stefan Windschiel in the Lambo. So a great mixture of cars, the Citroens to the fore, but with Mitsubishi Evo 10 and a Lamborghini thrown in as well. Only at Lydden Legend Festival could you get a mixture like this, and it is the 727 car of Andrew Jordan, the man from Lichfield, who leads the field out of the chicane for the first time. Windschiel is struggling, it seems, with something in the Lamborghini at the back of the pack. He's dropping away from the supercars, from the Rallycross scene around him. He races the car in the German and the autocross, German and Austrian Autocross Championship. So different to be going on to the tarmac, which we see here at Lydden today, but brilliant to have the Lambo here. There's issues, sadly, for the Lancia Delta S4, so that hasn't made it out this weekend, Hans-Peter Ferreira, but there's a great fight for third because Steve Hill's just jumped across the nose of the Olivier Anne tribute car in the hands of George Tracy Jr. And while all of that is happening, Andrew Jordan's already onto his final lap, so AJ is really pushing on here. He was saying on stage a few moments ago how much he loves driving these supercars. The only real proper thrill you can get with these supercars. He loves the thrill you get from driving 600 brake horsepower, four-wheel drive rocket ships around Lydden Hill Circuit. And this is Andrew's first time at Lydden on the new Lydden layout. He hasn't done the jump before. He hasn't done the banking at Chessons on the Talladega section. So AJ's been finding his feet, but he is really found them now because he is charging through North Bend Hairpin ahead of Tristan Ovenden, and Andrew Jordan looks set to come through paddock. He came second in race 1, but AJ is a few metres away then from victory here on his return to Rallycross. Andrew Jordan wins in the Kenneth Hansen Citroen C4. Great stuff from the JRT team. They've worked for more than 500 hours getting that car ready, and they've done a tremendous job, as they do with all of their builds. The Jordan racing team have put together a brilliant Citroen C4 rebuild, and Andrew wins. Second spot for Tristan Ovenden. Third is Steve Hill. fourth, George Tracy Jr. in the Olivier Anne car. Great to see the Irishman out. Another driver like Andrews come through junior rallycross. Great to have George still in the sport. And Stefan Windshield in the Lamborghini, our final finisher. Great stuff from the four-wheel drive supercars. There's no timing screens this weekend, so we can't be comparing times, but AJ versus POD, it'd be interesting to look at the times on that front, but we can't do that here. That is purely a celebration of rally and rallycross machinery. That is what this event is all about, and what a tremendous display from the 2013 British Touring Car Champion, back where he belongs on the loose stuff of rallycross, and AJ wins. Back to two-wheel drive rallycross now though, and it's a great mixture of machinery again coming down onto the timing line. We have the Vauxhall Nova, the number 79 from Holland. Just going to, it's a father and son squad in the Vauxhall Nova, and the number 79 of Niels van den Warrenberg comes down onto pole. It's a car his dad drove in period in the Dutch Championship. They only use it at special events now, and great to have the Nova here this weekend. We're actually badged as a Corsa in Holland, but it looks like a Nova to British fans. Ted Shepherd starts from the middle of row one, and Ted's wearing his Uncle Will Gollop's old overalls from the Peugeot years, the Silkenine colours. Great to see Ted wearing the Peugeot overalls in the Peugeot 206 he's driving this weekend. So brilliant to have Ted Shepherd here, starting from the middle of row one, alongside Roland Schaefer in the Citroen Saxo. Great little Super 1600 machine that will charge around Lydden Hill Circuit. That is for sure. Against John Cross in the BMW on row 2. Hannah Stewart, the daughter of retro champion Barry Stewart. She's on the line in her Talbot Sunbeam. And on the back row, we find Davy Crockett, a former star of the Nova Challenge back in the day, against a ton of top drivers. Rob Coates and Barry McGuigan famously competed in that championship back in the 90s, but Davy Crockett was in that series as well. Alongside Will Ovenden, the 20-year-old from Addisham, in the ex-Jamie Bird Renault Clio V6. Take a pick in this one. The Saxo should be at the pointy end of the field, but he'll have his work cut out in this. We can get ready to go. 3 laps of action ahead of us, and Davy Crockett gets the best of the starts. An absolute rocket ship start from Crockett. He's going to go in from the back row and into top spot. Brilliant stuff for the man from Northern Ireland. Then he comes around into top spot, but Ted Shepherd's hanging it out high and wide onto the loose section. Ted's brave and holds on to second spot, but it's Davy Crockett who does the early leading in this one. He got a late invite to this event. All of the drivers at this meeting, it's an invite only, Goodwood style meeting, so you can't just pay your entry fee and expect to be on the grid. These are for special rally and rallycross cars, and we have got just that on track here right now. And Davy Crockett, a late addition to the meeting. He went well at the Super Retro round at Mondello Park a few weeks ago, and he's now back at Lydden in the very smartly turned out, newly liveried Chevette, but he's coming under a lot of pressure from the ex-Stuart Emery Peugeot 206 of Ted Shepherd. And don't rule out the Schaefer car as well, because Rudolf Schaefer, is right there in the Citroen Saxo. So Rudolf in the third place car is right on the tail now of Ted Shepherd in the Peugeot, and this is a great scrap between the different makes and models. We have the Vauxhall against the Peugeot, against the Citroen, with the Vauxhall Nova thrown in as well. Will Ovenden's flame-throwing Renault Clio V6 at the back of this train as they clamber up Harry Hill. This is great stuff from Crockett, but he is keeping a potent looking Peugeot behind him, because Ted Shepherd is right there with the Vauxhall as they come down Harry Hill. They're about to begin their final lap. There's no joker laps at all this weekend, so the rallycross racing is a straight race to the flag, and Ted Shepherd is in a sandwich now. He's got Crockett right ahead of him, but Rudolf Schaefer is there as well, and the Super 1600 spec Citroen Saxo is right on the tail of the Peugeot. Don't rule out the Dutchman behind as well, because we've got the Opel Corsa in the mix, and Will Ovenden still there in fourth as well. But what a great duel it is. The 3 cars, you can throw a blanket over them, and where's Crockett off to? He goes grass cutting on the approach to Devil's Elbow, and Ted Shepherd's right there, but Crockett survived his drama. He's still got the lead. and Davy Crockett is leading the pack. Ted Shepherd's running out of time now. He's going to try a high, wide line and get the cut back, but this is great stuff from Ted on his first race outing in the car. He's up against a highly experienced rallycross campaigner in the form of Davy Crockett, but Davy's going to do it, it seems. They come up towards the timing line, and Crockett is going to win it. Chased home by Shepherd. Third for Schaefer. Fourth is Will Upton. Fifth is the Opel Corsa of Van Borenberg from Holland, and our final finishers, Hannah Stewart in 314 and John Cross in 99. Great stuff from the two-wheel drive rallycross group, and there's yet more of them to come. Another batch of cars already in dummy grid, and they'll be out on Canterbury Straight shortly. Two-wheel drive rallycross runners onto the line, and we have a big mixture of machinery again. Terry Moore gets the best of the starts in this one in his Swift Tune powered Mini. Gary Simpson's going to go with him as well, but we are away and go with our final two-wheel drive rallycross group before we look like we've got a very special Ford Sierra in the dummy grid, so that should be coming out of the circuit shortly. But it's Terry Moore who leads the way. Tom Brooks is having a good run in the Honda Civic, the car he's using as a test session really for this weekend. Great to have Tom out in the Honda Civic running in third, behind Gary Simpson at this stage. So Gary Simpson in the Bent Ekstrom Tribute BMW, he runs in second spot. But it's Terry Moore who is leading this one with the end of the first lap about to be upon us. The Ashford man who's starred in rallycross competition in the retro division for many a season now, and as he heads with 2 laps left to go. This is our final retro two-wheel drive retro rallycross race of this session. The next track action looks to be the Ford Sierra demo, when we had Trevor Reeves out in the Q&A session earlier, so we're hoping to get Trevor out on circuit at some point during the meeting. But Tom Brooks showing his nose at the rear here of Gary Simpson's BMW, having a good charge around Lydden Hill circuit. There's 2 packs of cars here in this one really. We've got the 3 leaders pulling away, and then the French drivers with Ronnie Dubros in his Alfa Romeo, Joe-Luc Eastwood in the MG Metro, Renault Clio thrown in there as well, and also Pete Christmas in his ex-stage rallying Toyota. But it's Terry Moore who starts his final lap then with the advantage. Gary Simpson in 52, still your second place man, ahead of Tom Brooks, but a good action behind with the number 104 Renault Clio. Stefan Henry, he's in the Rallycross ex-Clio Cup car. Really looks very smart indeed, running in 4th spot ahead of the Dubro Alfa Romeo. Joe Luke Eastwood in his Rob Gibson tribute livery MG Metro. See how Joe goes over the tabletop and into the Devil's Elbow. But we're in our final lap now, and these two packs of squabbling cars are going to duke it out to the checker flag, with Terry Moore, your race leader, soon to be race winner. This shows the speed of the little Swift-tuned powered Mini. He was up on stage with the car earlier for an interview with Trevor Reeves, but great stuff from Moore. He wins. Gary Simpson in 52 is in second, ahead of Tom Brooks. And our final few finishers, Stefan Henry due to come through in his Renault Clio, ahead of countryman René Dubra in his Alfa Romeo. Joe Luke Eastwood is in his Metro across the line in 57. And our final finisher, Pete Christmas in the Toyota. So a very special Ford Sierra has just come out of a dummy grid and onto circuit. And this is a legend of British and European rallycross competition. Trevor Reeves out on circuit at Lydden for the first time in many a year, driving the car that Pat Duran drove in rallycross the very first time back in the early 90s. So Pat has found the car. It was for sale in Norway. He sold it after only just 1 year of rallycross competition, sold the Sierra, bought Rosie, the Ford RS200, and now he's managed to find the car again, has put it back into his cream and blue Q8 livery, and it was not the colours he would have driven it at the time, but it's great to have the Sierra out on circuit. And it's Trevor Reeves behind the wheel, the first BTRDA Rallycross champion in 1977 in a Mini. If you missed the Q&A earlier, it's worth watching back on the live stream later on, because Trevor went through his time in Rallycross. He started off in Minis. He had the Metro, Ford Escort, Ford Sierra, and was an absolute star in Division 1 in the late 80s and 90s in a Ford Sierra, very similar to this car you're seeing him drive today. And Trevor took the fight to Kenneth Hansen, Bjorn Skogstad, and all the Scandinavians. Ludwig Hundsbed thrown in as well. Trevor Reeves was right there at the sharp end. He didn't win the European Championship, but he was a real star. He finished second in the European Series, was his best ever finish, and he had event wins here in the class, winning at Lydden 3 years on the trot in the Division 1 category. Off circuit, he runs the family House of Reeves furniture shop based in Croydon. Famously, their shop was burnt down in the London riots back in 2011. So you might have seen it on, you would have seen it on the news at the time, but may not have been aware that one of the businesses that burnt to the ground was that owned by Trevor Reeves. The family business still continuing today. Trevor still heavily involved with that. They're still running in the sister shop, which wasn't affected in the fire, and the House of Reeves still going strong in 2026. Famously sponsored by the Dove Group back in the 70s and 80s when he was a real star in the Mini and the other machinery he drove. But this is great to have him back here at Lydden. 35 years on since Pat drove the Sierra. It's now back in the Duran hands. Pat drove this car for the very first time at a muddy Lydden Winter Series event way back when. So brilliant to have this Ford Motorsport built car. It's a proper Group A Sierra. It's 2 litre turbocharged, and after Pat had driven it for 1 year in the Rallycross Championship, he sold it to Norwegian Tom Einar Asserud, who's here this weekend as well. So it's gone full circle, this car. It's great to have the Ford back here, and we'll be seeing it in the paddock throughout the course of the weekend. Next on circuit, we're due to have a special family relay event, so we'll be our next track action, and we'll be back with you shortly.
What? Did you fall down the stairs then?
ready to go now. We're just about to kickstart our first family relay. It's actually just begun behind us here in the Lydden Legend Festival. This part of the event is for father and son teams. So we've got a mixture of two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive rallycross machinery, and it's for the fathers and the sons. So the dads are in now. Ollie O'Donovan's in his Peugeot 306 at the minute, coming down Hairy Hill. We've got Tristan Ovenden, dad of Will, in the Renault Clio V6, and Steve Harris, who's going to be driving before Brett Harris, I think, gets in the car, or grandson Caden maybe. We'll check that detail in a minute. But we've also got the Tracy family, George Tracy Senior and George Tracy Junior, and they've got a family team from the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club. We've got Scott Reed, captain of the Tuesday Night Rallycross crew, and our final runner, Charlie French. So the cars will be doing 3 laps, and they'll then be swapping over into the pit lane. The drivers jump out, the teams get to work, and these younger drivers then go into the car. They're all lined up, ready to go. We've got Patrick O'Donovan, Will Ovenden, Charlie French, and the rest. So it's a complete team idea of this one, like an endurance race, a mini endurance race. We're going to head over to the far side now, just to get an idea where these drivers are. So not like you'd usually see at Lydden, having a pit stop race, but that is the idea of it. We're having a pit stop rallycross race. The drivers are waiting. We've got Will Ovenden, Patrick O'Donovan, and the rest all waiting up here. Helmets on, suited and booted, they're ready to go. So the drivers are going to jump in once the older generation come in after 3 laps. Ollie O'Donovan, at a minute out on circuit, has got the advantage, but Will Ovenden and Tristan Ovenden are going very well indeed in second, ahead of a Ford RS200 at the moment. So there's great action out on track, and once the red flag flies, we're going to get the cars into this part of the circuit. They have to do a driver change here, and then they're going to be let out back out onto track. So that's the idea, 3 laps each, and then they'll be into a very quick driver change and back out onto track. It really shows how many families are involved in British Rallycross and the sport as a whole. It really has that family feel, from supercar drivers right through to the younger generations as well. The first stage of this event has now finished, so we've had the first race. The red flag is flying, so the drivers now should be getting ready to come in to the pits. I don't know if Tristan Ovenden and Steve Harris have seen the red flag. They have now. So here we go then. This is now the part of the event where it goes briefly calmer, and then drivers will be jumping in and the younger generation will be getting in the car. We have Patrick O'Donovan about to jump in. He's ready to go. Patrick's ready and set. The Peugeot 306 of Ollie O'Donovan comes down into pit lane. So an absolute icon of British Rallycross, this machine. The Peugeot 306, built by Will, driven by so many top drivers over such a long period. Patrick's already in the seat. A very quick change from Ollie and the rest. Tristan Ovenden is already getting out of his Renault Clio. So Tristan and Will now jumping in. So in goes the younger Will Ovenden. But I think sadly. So the ex-Jamie Bird Renault Clio is now got an issue, it seems. It's been a long 3 laps then for Tristan. He's got an issue with the Renault, and we might not get Will back out on circuit. So the Ovenden family sadly have an issue. But Steve Harris behind in the RS200 will be going out shortly. That's grandson Caden getting ready. Caden, who's a young star of junior rallycross, he's jumping in the car. Grandad Steve has just got out of it. Steve watching on. And this brilliant RS200, which the Harris family have owned for a good few years now. Further back, we've got the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club Escort. Charlie French has just jumped in. Scott Reed has jumped out of the car. And now we have Charlie French about to go. Thumbs up from Charlie. We look like we're ready to go. Mechanics have got their thumbs up. George Tracy Senior has jumped out the Citroen C4. George Tracy Junior is now in. We're going to head back down the pit lane. Brilliant machinery here on display. And can the O'Donovans keep their lead? Because they've had a very quick getaway, a quick driver change. Sadly, we've missed the Ovenden family. The Ovendens out of this, it seems. Will's not getting in the car. So sadly, the local team haven't got out in the Renault Clio. But Ollie O'Donovan and Patrick with an absolutely great display in the Peugeot. See if we can get across and speak to some of the drivers here. Very busy pit lane. It's rarely used here at Lydden. Patrick O'Donovan on pole, in effective pole position at the minute. Now the Renault Clio is being repaired, so Will Ovenden is jumping in, and we might get the 20-year-old from Addisham in the car. Dad Tristan is quickly beavering away in the cockpit, and the Ovenden team are hard at work here on this space frame Renault Clio V6, an absolute weapon of a rallycross car. There was many of these at the time, and brilliant to have Will here getting in the car, and he's currently second on the road, so we might be able to get restarted here and get Will Ovenden in. Thumbs up from the O'Donovan team ahead, but the team are trying to get the Ovenden Clio back out. Man who built this car, Mick Bird, sadly passed away a few weeks ago, so we'll have a tribute to Mick, a former British rally tomorrow. We look forward to that, but the Ovenden team have been working very hard indeed here to get the V6 Clio fixed up and ready to go. Looks like we're ready to roll then. Thumbs up from the crew. Ovendens are done, and now Patrick O'Donovan is ready. We're back out then. The cars are heading back out. O'Donovan family go first, and we might still have an issue here with the Clio. Oh, it's a great shame. It was going to be second on the road, and it's fallen apart sadly for the Ovenden family here in this one. They can't get the Clio V6 going, and the Goody Demolition Sticker car was second, but it's going to lose out here. RS200, Steve Harris now into second spot. Charlie French is in third. George Tracy Jr. back out in fourth, and sadly the Renault Clio is sitting here in the pit lane, has not moved, and what was second is now back into last spot as Patrick O'Donovan leads our family challenge here. He's got 3 laps to go, 3 laps to run then in the family challenge, and he slides the Peugeot 306 through Paddock Bend. Brilliant stuff from Patrick. He doesn't really need to push on too much here because he's got a long lead over what is the second place car of Charlie French. So Charlie, best of the two-wheel drive drivers, he is in the only two-wheel drive driver out there in second spot, with Steve Harris, Caden Harris third. This is Caden's first time in the RS200, so Caden is out on the track with the Olivier and George Tracy car in final spot. Tristan, what was the issue with the car quickly? It will look like it's going to go back out, but what's the issue with the car?
The fan has fallen off the back of the radiator just a little bit and jammed up. So then the wiring's burnt out where it's trying too hard. So we isolated that, but it seems also that the clutch isn't clearing because it jumped in gear installed. So there's a couple of issues with the poor little car.
Oh, great shame for the Clio. Thanks, Tristan, for the update though. So the Clio out in this one. Will unable to take the restart, but we still have track action. Leader Patrick O'Donovan onto his final lap then over the tabletop on Caden Harris. Their drama coming out of North Bend Hairpin. Caden's found the banking on the RS200, so Caden's debut in the car, and he's spun coming out of North Bend Hairpin. So Caden's had a drama. Meanwhile, Patrick O'Donovan's going to come past him here and come down and win the family relay, the first family relay at Lydden Legend Festival, and Patrick O'Donovan is going to win it in the Peugeot. The O'Donovan family then charge to victory. They take the win here in the first family relay event at the circuit. Patrick wins with teammate Ollie. Second spot should be Charlie French then. So Charlie hasn't shared the car with a family member. He shared it with close friend and captain United Rallycross Club Scott Reed, and Charlie French is going to come down Hairy Hill into paddock then. Charlie French comes through in SR1. He will be second, and he's the only driver in a two-wheel drive car, so brilliant stuff from Charlie French. He takes the fight to the supercars as Mike Turpin and co would have done back in the day. Third spot is the Citroen C4 of George Tracy Jr., but great effort from the retro rallycross runners and the modern day more modern supercars out there as well. We'll see if we can get a quick word with a couple of the drivers up this far end of the pit lane. We've got Scott Reed with us here, and Scott, you drove the Mark 2 Escort for the first stint. Yeah, good experience being out there with those cars.
Really, really good experience. It's really good to see how quick our car is and compared to like the four-wheel drive stuff. We've got the squirt, we just haven't got the grip, basically, haven't we? That's what it comes down to. But yeah, what a result for us, second.
It's like an old school super final, isn't it?
Yeah. Really, really pleased with myself. First time I've driven the car today. The most I've done is put it on the trailer before coming here this weekend. So, yeah, brilliant. Really enjoyed myself.
Top stuff. Well done, Scott. That's Scott Reed, who's a mastermind with building these rallycross cars. Works with Julian Godfrey, engine wizard, and he can drive as well. The family relay cars are coming back down to the pit lane now, and our next demo runs are heading out onto circuits. Hope you enjoyed that. The O'Donovans win, and what a great fight it was from the first family relay. We do it all again tomorrow.
want to lose that shoe again, do you? It's your own fault. He's stuck.
No, you can't go.
Stop. She's standing on.
It's coming back.
Oh, you're all wet. You need to drink some more water.
No, it's ice cream.
Oh, it was ice cream. It's ripped
all over his head. I'm really
Ah.
sticky with all of them now. Come here.
Through lenses for this.
Easy for you, just too big. If you let you too close. Great, very small. Long grass. Dug in, yeah. Yep.
So we're all set for our fourth Q&A interview of the day here at the day one of the second Lydden Legends Festival. We've had the rallycross legends, 3 of those throughout the morning. We've now got a rallying legend, and it's Jimmy McRae. Jimmy, welcome to Lydden Hill. Great to have you here, and you're leaning on a very special looking 555 Subaru. But firstly, brilliant to have you at the event, a celebration of rally and rallycross.
I think it's 40 years since I was here, so it's really nice to come back and see all the difference and see all the people and lots of friends. I've been recognised quite a bit here.
You're a 5-time British rally champion, absolute star in your own name, but then what went on after that with Colin and Alistair's success, it just must be lovely to come and celebrate that at a weekend like this and remember all the cars and not just remember them, but see them.
That's right, and to drive this car again, it's a sister car to 555 Bat, but just to get to drive the car again, it's great.
And you due to be out? You've been out already and out later. Is that the plan?
That's the plan. Yes, I've been out a few times this morning, so I think we'll another couple of times this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Excellent. 2 days at Lydden can't be bad then, can it? But looking.
Especially the weather. I mean, when I left Scotland, it was rain and wind, and come down here, it's very pleasant.
But it could have been all very different, wouldn't it? Because your motorsport career started on 2 wheels even before you looked at rallying. So you were a top scrambler in Scotland to start with, and then rallying came after that. But bikes was your first love.
Bikes was my first love, and I always said I couldn't afford a rally car, so I just kept going on 2 wheels. But when I started rallying in '74, and within 3 or 4 rallies, I thought I can be pretty good at this, and that's how it all came about. It was really my wife Margaret. She hated bikes, and it was her that got me to buy a rally car and go and try rallying. We've got friends that do rallying, and that's how it all started. And
you had great success in Scotland, and then the British Championships that came, and 5 British titles. You could have had 6 as well. I think you got very close to that before an issue of a 6R4, I think, at one point. But yeah, you've had so much success in Britain.
Yeah, the rally it might have been 6 if it hadn't been a broken cam belt on the last day of the Manx rally with 6R4, which was a bit disappointing. But 5 times, and I was twice Irish Tarmac Championship as well. Then runner-up in the European, so I had a very good run. I was late in starting, but I made up for it.
Didn't you start age 31? So yeah, pretty old to get into it. If we look at now and Robin Pear and co, it's a completely different world.
Yeah, and I was just speaking to somebody the other day there. He was 30-year-old, and think he was getting too old for rallying. And I said, I never started rallying until I was over 30-year-old, so there's plenty of time for you.
And the cars and the success that you had, a lot in Britain, as we've said. The World Championship, you got a couple of podium finishes in the RAC, but is it a bit of a regret that you didn't get to go at a proper world level?
I just wish I had started 2 or 3 years younger rallying, then I would definitely have got the opportunity. But by the time you get, 30, 35-year-old, and I was so successful in the UK that dealer team Vauxhall and dealer Opel team, they didn't want me to go abroad. They wanted me to stay in Britain. So if I'd maybe 2 or 3 years earlier, I would have had the chance probably.
Yeah, and you've got, I think, one of your old Vauxhalls here this weekend, or very similar to that. So some very special cars here from proper works machines.
I've got a Magnum, original Magnum, and I've got the Sierra Cosworth that I drove and won the championship with. Colin drove it, and Alistair's driven it, and now Max has driven it, so I've got that.
That's it, because there's another generation now. Max going very well, and with your career, did you sort of think, well, I've got to focus on the boys now and what they can do, and that worked well because what they went on to achieve?
I know, we've got a grandson. And the first rally he did this year down in Wales, I had won it, Colin had won it, Alistair had won it, so I really told him at the start, there's no pressure, son, but he won it.
Rallycross for you, did you ever get a go in it during your time? I think you did a celebrity race at a Grand Prix against Rallycross drivers in Ford Escorts, but you didn't get a proper Rallycross go.
I never got a proper go at Rallycross, no. I was locked into rallying, and when dealer team Vauxhall and dealer Opel team, they weren't all that keen on something else.
We've seen Alistair drop into it a few years ago at Loillac in France and was quick, and Max cars. Do you think the McRae name we could see back in rallycross? I know the rallying's the goal, the focus, but rallycross always there.
I'm sure if Alistair and Max had been able to come here, I'm sure they would have had a run round the track as well. They would drive anything, anywhere.
Oh, that's great. And we're just looking back at, we've got a big Group B celebration here, as you've seen on and off circuit. But you did get a go in the Rothman 6R4 towards the end of the 86 season, I think. So you had that taste of a 6R4, but yeah, a special car.
Yeah, very special car. And it was a kind of love-hate relationship with it. I really liked it, but we would have won the championship in '86 if it hadn't been for a broken cam belt in the very last stage. So there's a wee bit love-hate relationship there. But no, it was a year that I'm glad, I didn't miss it. It got me into that car and I really enjoyed it. And if they hadn't been banned the following year, I think we had a limited World Championship programme with it through Rothmans. So it was a bit disappointing that they were banned.
Yeah. And talking of 6R4s, we've got one not just by, it's usually by the stage, it was earlier, it's just moved, but the Donegal Rally 6R4 that Colin drove in 2006, still with the proper bits on it. That he had a bit of a moment, I think. There's a famous video of him spinning off but recovering, and he enjoyed doing those events alongside his world programmes then.
That was, well, basically after he had retired the full-time work programme, he still enjoyed driving, and he would love to drive the Metro, and well, he went and they bought one, and they had some good fun with it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. And you're due to be out back in the car again later through the weekend. Then that's the plan. How are you finding the race circuit out there and the little chicane they put in?
Yeah, it's good fun. No, it's definitely good fun, and it's something different again. As I say, I was here maybe 40 years ago, but I think it was a stage in the rally or something. But it's nice to come back, yeah, and see the work that's been done here. It's quite unbelievable.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Great to hear from one of our absolute stars of rallying here this weekend. We've got a host of rally and rallycross aces, and Jimmy McRae right there at the top of the list. So hope you enjoyed that. We've got a bit of a break on track now, but we are building back up in dummy grid shortly, and we'll be back underway with the afternoon's action here at Lydden Legend Festival. So we have now on circuit a head-to-head race between Jordan and Duran. Andrew Jordan in his Kenneth Hansen Citroen C4. Liam Duran is Kenneth Hansen built Citroen C4, X Games winner, great car. Broke in race 1. You have a good clean run. Great duel between two stars of rallycross. AJ versus the British Bomb in Kenneth Hansen built Citroen C4s. 5 laps ahead of us then for a duel between Jordan and Duran. Ready to race. Duran just bogs down on the line. He's away now, but AJ's scampering away out front then. So it's Andrew Jordan who leads Duran down into Talladega for the first time. Both of these drivers started their rallycross careers in 1000cc minis, racing here at Lydden, a great launch pad to their further careers. Jordan was a star of British rallycross for a good couple of years after that, through the junior minis into supercars in 06 and 07, and Will Gollop built Ford Focuses. He now out on the overall 2007 title in a great duel with Ollie O'Donovan and the paddock this weekend, but he did win the 2007 category, at least the individual supercar title that year, and now he's back in a Kenneth Hansen 2006 Citroen C4, chased on by Liam Duran. Liam bogged down on the line, and the British Bomb had issues in the earlier race, missed Q2. He's now back out for this head-to-head race against AJ. Up over the tabletop goes Jordan with the advantage, but it's that classic monster livery of Liam Duran, which is trying to live with the works colours, the Citroen of Kenneth Hansen's, the Andrew Jordan Kenneth Hansen car. Liam is a star of European rallycross through the late 2000s into the 2010s. Firstly in the family run Ford Fiesta, then he got his big break with the Hansen team, and on the eve of the new season put this car in the Monster Energy livery, and he's really been known for the Monster Energy brand ever since. He's been absolutely intertwined with the energy drink manufacturer, and we've seen that Liam has been an absolute star of rallycross since. Haven't seen him too much in more modern competition in recent years, but he's becoming a bit of a YouTube sensation in recent years with a good building channel, and he'll be getting good content across the course of this weekend for his Liam Duran YouTube channel. Do have a look at that across the course of the season. But it's Andrew Jordan who's pulling clear in this one. No lap times to look at between the two Citroens, so we can't compare, but you don't really need a timing screen to tell you who's quickest on circuit. It's Andrew Jordan with a fit and healthy Citroen C4 underneath him. 2 laps left to go. The Jordan team found this car in Finland, or in fact Hal Ridge, rallycross journalist, organiser and all-round rallycross guru, he found the car in Finland, deepest Finland. The car had been used in the Finnish Rallycross Championship for a number of years, and Andrew and the team went and bought the car and have spent 12 months now rebuilding the Citroen C4 ready for these events. He wants to race them in Legends events at Lowiak and Lydden, and sadly Liam Duran is struggling for speed at the back of the pack in this one. The double 3 car, he's going through the Devil's Elbow, a long way adrift, looks destined to head to the pit lane, but Andrew Jordan can now use this as a glorified test session. He's got the Ryan Lawford number on the side. Ryan in the 727 was a star of stock hatch competition in a G-Tech prepared Peugeot 205. His dad Martin is here this weekend watching in the paddock, and Will Gollop's here this weekend as well. So if you haven't been in the paddock yet, keep your eyes open, because you will see a rally or a rallycross legend. We've just spoken to Jimmy McRae on stage. Will Gollop was looking around his MG Metro 6R4 for the first time in 10 years, a good few moments ago. So great to see Will back in the paddock, and Andrew doing the business here on circuit. Sideways through the Devil's Elbow, sideways through North Bend Hairpin. Andrew Jordan's back to his roots, and he really is charging along neatly as he comes down Harry Hill for the final time, then backing it in nearly to paddock. Jordan's enjoying this. He gets a real thrill from these supercar competitions, and he takes the Duran versus Jordan battle. So unfortunately, the battle sort of whimpered out a bit, but we have a great drive from AJ on circuit. We lost Liam basically at the start, an issue with the car after the dramas early on, but if we get them really firing tomorrow for another battle, we should enjoy a good duel between the two former junior rallycrossers. But it's Andrew Jordan, the 2013 British touring car champion in the Pertec Honda, now back in rallycross action and takes the win, defeating Duran in the head-to-head duel. Rally cars are out on circuit next as we start the afternoon programme with the 4-wheel cars.
into now our rally four-wheel drive Group B demos, and we've also Escort Cosworth out there as well. Carlos Sainz replica, the classic Repsol livery, but 2 Ford RS200s at Lydden, stars of the Group B era. Went on into rallycross, of course. Great success in rallycross. Came a bit too late for Group B, the Ford program with the RS200. The Group B era ended at the end of 1986, 87. The new rules were in, and the RS200s and the rest found a new home in rallycross, where they were an absolute star for the golden period of the sport. That is when Martin Skanker versus Will Gollop and the rest went on. We've got 2 of them out on circuit now, plus the Ford Escort, Cosworth Carlos Sainz replica. Great display from these, I'm sure, across the course of the 2 days. Jimmy McRae, if you didn't hear him earlier on stage, he has been out on circuit today in an ex-Kenneth Eriksson Subaru Impreza from 95. So Jimmy has been out on track throughout the day and will be back tomorrow as well. So we expect to see 5-time British Rally champion Jimmy McRae back out on circuit. But this is just an early heads up of what's to come this afternoon. At 3 o'clock we'll be having the autograph session in the paddock. So if you haven't been in the paddock already, the big rally ramp stage which Pat Duran and the Lydden team have set up, where we've been doing the Q&As throughout the day, that will be transformed into an autograph area. Drivers will be all there throughout the next autograph session, and that is for half an hour, from 3 till 3:30, and Liam Duran will be on stage and will be interviewed by myself as well. So Liam Duran interview is at 3:05 on the stage, while the autograph session is going on at 3 o'clock until 3:30. So do head into the paddock. The French drivers in particular have brought some brilliant posters. So there's posters to pick up, freebies from the drivers as well, lots of gifts from the drivers, I'm sure. And you expect to see Andrew Jordan and the rest in the paddock for the autograph session at 3 o'clock. We'll let you enjoy the Group B era cars and the four-wheel drive rally runners, which will be out shortly, and we'll be back with you for 3 o'clock with the Liam Duran interview and the autograph session.
before we head into the paddock for Liam Duran interview at 3 o'clock, there's just a very special rally car out on circuit now, and that is the Ford Puma concept four-wheel drive built in early 1997. It's coming down Dover Slope now and into the chicane. This is one of a kind. It was built by Ford Motorsport before they chose the Ford Focus, which famously went on to be such a successful car. They were replacing the Ford Escort and wanted to find an alternative. They opted for the Ford Puma initially, but then eventually went for the Focus. And this was a concept car built as they were reviewing that package. This was the only car ever built, and the Ford team developed at Boreham, the last four-wheel drive car to be developed at Boreham, and this Ford Puma, as it charges past the commentary box, is the only four-wheel drive version out there, and it was then developed into a Super 1600 front-wheel drive program rather than the four-wheel drive route as the Focus took that program. The M Sport won the contract, and the rest is history, really. So that's a really top-end car to see. Excellent livery on the car as well. It's Charlie Jackson driving it, the number 98 Ford Puma, as he smokes through the Devil's Elbow. Good to see Charlie out enjoying himself here. He recovered the car from France in 2021 and has been painstakingly putting it together, including the excellent livery as he goes very sideways though, coming out of North Bend hairpin, gets it all out of shape. I really shouldn't have picked on him to talk here because he's had a real drama coming out of North Bend hairpin, but this Ford Puma is one of a kind. Great to see out here at Lydden, and the four-wheel drive car will hopefully be able to take the checker flag this time through as it continues to smoke coming into Paddock Bend. Other cars out there, we've got the Ford Escort Mark 1, Peugeot 306, excellent 306 machine out there as well, Talbot Sunbeam thrown in as well. But the dummy grid is chocker. It is full of rally cars from the 60s through to the 2000s. A brilliant array of cars, and we look forward to seeing them as they pour out of dummy grid onto Paddock Bend. In a few minutes time though, 3 o'clock, we'll be heading into the paddock because Liam Duran will be on stage for our next Q&A, and sadly Charlie Jackson's Ford Puma are now really smoking over at the ambulance exit at Chesson, so the only Ford Puma of its kind is now looking rather poorly at Chesson's as the Lydden team see it. But another full paddock. We've got a little Ginetta G20 you can see in the dummy grid as well. That is another one-of-a-kind car built by the Ginetta team, the only attempt rally car for the Ginetta squad, the 1.4 litre Z-Tech engine in a little sports car. So in amongst the BMWs, Talbot Sunbeams and the Subarus which will be coming out on circuit, do have a look at the little Ginetta G20. Usually you would see them racing in Ginetta Juniors. Jake Hill and others started their career in Ginetta Junior Championship, and the Ginetta G20 was the base car for that. But there was one rally car created, and that's what you see in the paddock now. It's a busy dummy grid. Jess Gwyn's here this weekend, former junior rallycrosser. She's driving a BMW M3 rally car, which will be out in a moment. But once the Ford Puma is clear from Chesson's, we'll be ready to go with our next batch. Don't forget the autograph session at 3 o'clock, and as ever, we thank the Lydden Marshals and everybody who makes this event possible in the nice sunshine here. Great to see so many of you enjoying the action trackside and watching the stream as well. Don't forget to head to the KAP stand. So the KAP Motor Group is proudly supporting the Lydden Legends Festival in 2026, and you can head there. It's at Paddock. They've got the Amoda and the JQ cars on display. The full range is there. There's also the new JQ8. It's the official course car this weekend, so you'll see that on circuit at some point over the 2 days. And don't forget, you can enter the prize draw to win a Suzuki Swift Rallycross experience here at Lydden. Peter Gwynn Motorsport is putting on a number of Rallycross experiences here through the season. So if you love spectating here at the circuit but want to have a go yourself, you can hire a Suzuki Swift for a morning or for a full day, whatever your choice, and you can win that chance here at Lydden today. So do go to the KAP stand up at Paddock Bend, behind where many of you are standing at the minute at Paddock. Enter the free prize draw, and you might be on track at Lydden in the not too distant future. Scale Electric also supporting the 2026 Lydden Legend Festival, and they've just brought out
Rosie, so Pat Duran's Ford RS200, is now in scale electric form. You can buy that very car here this weekend, and don't forget Lydden merchandise stand, which is also open down in the dummy grid. You can get t-shirts, programs, etc. Rally cars are on circuit next though, and we'll be shortly building up for the autograph session in the paddock at 3 p.m.
now in a very busy paddock here at the centre of the second Legends Festival. Autograph signing is about to get underway in a few moments' time, but before that, we've got a quick chat with Liam Duran, the British bomb who's brought of cars along to the family circuit this weekend. And Liam, great to have you back here at Lydden. Always nice to have you out on circuit in cars like this. Rosie, the RS200, and it's been quite a rebuild, hasn't it, to get it back ready for Lydden after engine failure last year?
Yeah, I haven't quite made it out there yet, but we're working on it. It's work in progress. Yeah, unfortunately last year driving the car at Louillac in France, the engine failed. It luckily happened. Very luckily it didn't damage anything. So it was a rebuild, and at the same time we just took the, I guess, pleasure of rebuilding the car because it could use it, because it gets driven quite hard sometimes. So we put it all back together nicely as it should be. Went through it all and sort of done a few things that we'd wanted to do for a while. But yeah, now it's back together in tip-top shape with a new engine, or a rebuilt engine. You can't get new engines for these things, funnily enough. But a rebuilt engine, and yeah, in good shape. But we've had a couple of teething problems today, unfortunately. I'm sure lots of people came to see this drive around the track. I'll try and get out before the day if I can, but we'll be out tomorrow. But yeah, I've had a few issues, but nothing dramatic. But as you can probably all understand, the car's worth a lot of money, and I'm not going to take any risks. We had a little leak here and a little bit there and whatever, and it needs to be 100%. I'm not going to go out and drive it slowly. I'd rather leave it in the paddock than drive it slowly. So I want to make sure it's 100% before I drive it at 100%.
And Rosie's not the only car in the Duran awning. You've bought a series of special cars. The Ford Sierra that your dad drove at the start of his rallycross career, pretty special to get that car back and get it to this event.
Yeah, pretty much turfed out the workshop, just pulled the carpet and then flicked it, and it all just ended up here. No, not really, actually, there's still back there as well. But bought what I think is let's say, the appropriate cars for this event. It is a Legends event, and I'm very lucky to have in the workshop at home a couple of legendary cars. So the RS200, obviously, we've already talked about, talks for itself. Something that's really cool that revealed this is 500. The story of that car is that car was built by Ford Motorsport in 1980 something, before I was born, for Dad. It was his own car, built for him, and sold it after only a year to move into this RS200. So basically it got it got pushed to the side very quickly because the bigger brother come along. 30 years, 35, 40 years old now. Almost 40 years later, it's come back again. So we got it last year, and then, as much as I'd like to say, over the last 6 months we've rebuilt it. Over the last 3 days we've rebuilt it into a rallycross car. So converted it from a touring car, which is what it was, back into a rallycross car, which is how it started its life, and unveiled it today here at Lydden Legend. So that's a very appropriate car. There's a massive history to the car. It was Dad's very, very first rallycross car. So to me it's important because obviously there's a lot of rallycross history. I've done a lot of rallycross stuff, he's done a lot of rallycross stuff, but that was the very first rallycross car he ever owned. This sort of took the limelight as it does, but I think now, years gone on, that RS500 now has an amazing place in history. I drove it for the very first time this morning, like literally that was the first time I've driven around the track, and it's awesome. So I don't think it's going to be parts in the garage very much.
And
so
it's not just your dad's cars here, but your X Games winning C4 out as well. An issue in the last run, but always great to have that car here, a car you had such good success in personally.
Yeah, well, I just thought I'd come here and tribute Dad, pretty much, and I didn't want to. So we bought the main cars, but then yeah, the C4 came out as well. That always sort of seems to miss the, I guess, miss the attention a little bit in my eyes, because these things are so important, like as cars go. But also for me, that car's probably the most special car I've got, because it's my claim to fame. It's my biggest result I've ever had. It was a life-changing event, that event for me. So going to that event in America and winning that event from nowhere, from no one, as no one, it changed my career very strongly. That car does mean a lot. It just, I guess, like I say, it's just another supercar. There's so many of these. These RS200s are really rare, so they hold their own place as like a unicorn car. The C4 is another C4, but to me, it means a lot because it pretty much was the making of my career, which is somehow still going today, actually.
And you're not the only RS200, this one here, that's here today. You've got a Pikes Peak car up on the top tiers. What's the story of that one, and what's the plan for it? It's not complete at all. But what's the plan?
So I mean, I'm very, very lucky. I just want to say that, like, to be around these guys. Like, oh, just another RS200. Like, it sounds like a bit of a. I don't want to say it. But I am very lucky. I do appreciate and know how lucky I am. But I also think it's cool to be able to share it with everyone. There's no point in just leaving them in the workshop. So I brought that one along because people probably know I do YouTube now. And if you haven't seen it, go see it. But that car is. This one's my favourite to drive. So this RS200 is outright insanity to drive. Like, it's like riding a ball on steroids. But I like that because I like to, risk my life or whatever. It is an absolute buzz to drive this. That car up there is my favourite car. Out of every car, that's my favourite car. That is my favourite car because it's the absolute ultimate extreme as far as you can go with a car that is still cool as like a Group B car. So it's not an F1 car, it's not this, it's not that, but what it is, it's almost like a blend of all motorsports into one. It's got the heritage of a Group B car, but the development of a modern hill climb car with the fire breathing of like what rallycross does, and then it's got 13-inch wheels and etc, etc. Like, for me, it brings everything that is me and is motorsport into one car. And I'm working on it. It's a bit of a work in progress. I don't really know where it's going or where we're going to end up with it. Ultimately, it will end up somewhere quite special because I've got lots of opportunities with it. It's very cool. I want to make sure I unveil it as something that's worthy of unveiling it at. But yeah, we're working on it. It's like, I've got lots going on. There's you probably know, escorts. There's all sorts of stuff, trying to help Dad with his racing. I might even go racing again at some point. But that car is just a work in progress. I brought it along here because I know a lot of people like to see the changes and what we're doing. I thought, why not bring it along and show it at the point it's at today. Hopefully it's finished before the end of the year. It will go hill climbing. It might do some hill climb stuff, might do some time attack stuff. But yeah, that is for me, that's the ultimate thing on four wheels.
Thanks, Liam. Thanks for your time running us through those cars. We'll get to your other plans maybe tomorrow. I think you might be coming up on stage again at some point tomorrow. You did not talk too much, but we don't want to hold you up too much because there's the autograph session and a lot of people would want to meet you at that before that concludes.
I need some help with something first. Can anyone help me with how I'm going to get this car off of here? Because I jumped it on and got stuck on the way on, so I don't know how to get it off. I reckon a full rallycross launch off the top. Do we reckon?
I think they would like to see that potentially,
land down there somewhere.
Maybe not down there. Right, cheers, Liam. No, great to see you. You'll be back tomorrow. We're due to have Liam Duran back on stage. He'll try his best to get Rosie safely off the platform here in the paddock, and the autograph session behind us is up and running. So Jimmy McRae and a host of rallycross stars are here. So if you're listening trackside or you're around and not down here in the paddock yet, make sure you get here. Rally demos are about to kickstart again in the dummy grid, and we're back with you shortly for that.
A security, yeah. Sorry? Yes, grandchildren, do they sit there going like this? Good. Good. Done.
Absolutely freezing.
Is it?
Yeah. Couldn't feel that one because it's going so fast. It just. It was a nice shower.
Where was that from then, Graham?
Oh, down by us. I got a tap.
Is that straight out the spring?
Yeah.
It's cold, yeah.
No, it's drinking water.
Yeah.
It's what they top up the tank with.
Yeah.
So they just have a tap on, so it runs permanently.
Oh, that was nice. Look at that. Anyway.
They're all covered out, on the parade now. Everything that's left running.
Yeah.
Can you go and do it for us?
Yeah.
Would you not be better off over by the rolls?
We've been lying.
keep it under
We've been lying in the shade.
It's smelly.
So Drivers Parade is just second Lydden Legends Festival. And we just got a quick chat with Stuart Turpin, who's brought his dad's Mike's championship winning Vauxhall Nova, super lightweight, one of the best British rallycross cars out there. And Stuart, great to have you here this weekend, and it's slightly new livery on the car as well, and brilliant to see you back at Lydden.
Oh no, it's a fantastic event, celebrating the history of rallycross, which has been great for Dad over the years. Obviously winning the British Championship in '93, but just bringing a car out like this, which he was really famous for. So it's taken a lot of work by a lot of people to get it here, especially Ian Evans, Martin Boyer. It could go on and on, but to bring it out here and showcase what it was is amazing, really.
Yeah, it's great. It's such a giant-killing car at the day, wasn't it? It was.
I mean, built by Dave Pritchard. I mean, it was just so light. The engine was fantastic, and Dad could drive a bit. Yeah. So it's always been famous as a massive giant killer. The days of the super final, putting on the front row with some four-wheel drive turbocharged cars was, they're great memories, not just for us, but a lot of people who come around the paddock and see the car. That's what they remember it for as well.
And the jumping Nova, yeah, very memorable indeed. But you got a slight new addition to the livery this weekend as well.
So 2 years ago, Dad had a heart valve replacement, but unfortunately he had a stroke 2 days afterwards. He's made a great recovery. He's doing really, really well. He'd love to be here. It's just a bit too far to come. But I'm sort of raising awareness, and in future I'll raise some money for the Stroke Association. There's so many people who have strokes every day, and it can be quite hard hitting, but they do a great job. So yeah, I'm just trying to raise a bit of awareness for him, you know, in his absence.
Excellent. Looks like the queue is coming towards the end now. The drivers' parade is very busy. You need, you do, yeah. Great to see you, Stuart, and great to have Stuart Turpin there on the live stream. The dummy grid is emptying here. It's was absolutely rammed in here not long ago. Now we've got still a few cars left and a proper period rally van as well. So it's not just the rally cars which are on display here at Lydden, it's also the little touches as well, the service vehicles which come with it as well. Stuart Turpin just going out in the Vauxhall Nova as the parade is coming back in already. So that shows you how many cars we have here at the circuit this weekend. There's more than 100 entries from rally and rallycross. Till about to get going, we might be able to have a wander round the dummy grid. You can see rally cars, rallycross, anything you want to see is here. There's a bit of everything. Ray Morgan's Ford Escort Mark III, absolute legendary rallycross car, legendary rallycross driver as well. Lydden legend who's been here for many a season. Drew Bellaby is driving her Mark II Escort rally car. That's a very late addition to the grid. So Drew Bellaby, who's former rallycross driver, BMW Mini class winner, she's a top driver, and she's in the car in the Mark II Escort. Stuart now is in the back of the queue after we delayed him slightly, but now the dummy grid is empty. Everyone's out on circuit and the track parade for the 2026 Lydden Legend Festival is underway. So take this all in and we're back with more proper track action fairly shortly. So the track parade is taking place right now on circuit, but it's also busy back here in the paddock because we had the autograph session just wrapping up, and with the main man himself, Pat Duran, he's got a series of top cars here at Lydden Legend Festival. And Pat, you must be very proud to see how good the circuit looks in the sunshine here. It can't get better.
I'm just proud of everyone being here. This is a joint thing from all these people, from Andy Garvey, Ian Gwynn, bringing the likes of Jimmy McRae down, and everyone else, from Overdens to Ollie O'Donovan, to all these groups of people that have brought these fantastic cars down, these collections. It's all a bit different. It's not motorsport as in racing, but it brings this vast amount. I've never seen so many historic, famous cars. I'm watching 6 McRae works Subarus go around. It's almost, you know, and obviously I knew Colin, and he was a hero of mine, and Jimmy was my hero. And to have this type of thing, and Trevor Reeves, I used to watch driving my RS 500, Jordan versus Doran, just iconic. We're turning this into, it's a show, so for the competitors, for the owners, and of course the public. So everyone's just, it's mind-boggling. People are going to never seen cars before in one place. Yeah, Goodwood do a fantastic job, but obviously they're focused on F1 and all that. This is just rallycross and rallying pulled together, because it's a sport. Both sports are very closely connected with the likes of Loeb and, you know, Solberg and all the other big names, Martin Skanky and Will Gollum, and so a lot of them are still, you know, are here. So we feel proud enough that we've got the content and the people to put this on, and I just think it's going to be massive going forward. Massive.
It's, every time you come to Lydden, there's something new that's happened, and right behind you, you've got the stage you built in the centre of the circuit. It's just a nice touch. Q&A's work perfectly on there. So just you're always thinking.
We're always developing. It's all built down at Stafford Farms with our own wood at a price. It's all homemade. We all do it. It's not millions of dollars, but the place has got such an atmosphere now. I'm proud of that. And I've got mainly the team, the people are just so good. You're always welcomed here. You know, we're not a big circuit. We're probably the smallest race circuit in the UK, but there's an atmosphere about the place and it's stunning.
Excellent. Thank you, Pat, for that. Get a couple of words with Pat Duran, who he's got so many cars in the paddock. We've got Liam out in, hopefully in Rosie later this afternoon, possibly tomorrow as well. So great to hear from Pat here. The autograph session is complete. The parade will be coming to a close, and then it's in the late afternoon action, second Lydden Legend Festival. Cheers, Pat. Oh, well. So the track parade is coming to a close. We've got a little bit of time to wander around the paddock, which is always a nice treat here at Lydden Hill. Bumped into John Cross, long-time rallycross campaign and one of 50 years of motorsport. John celebrated a few years ago. And John, you got a new car underneath you here this weekend. And can you just tell us about, you swapped the Stratos for a BMW?
Yeah, well, I thought I was getting a bit old. I needed something a bit stronger behind me. This is actually the year number 55 for me, and probably be the last new car I build, but I did say that about the Stratus as well, so who knows. But basically we've used the engine that was in the Stratus, although this is the spare one, so this is a new engine, hasn't been run yet, and built it. Needed to find a 6-pot car to put it in, and that was the ideal thing. So hopefully we'll be back to the days of handling like a Mark II Escort type of car, rather than really twitchy, scared it's going to bite me all the time.
You're planning to do Super Retro Championship in it again, as you did before with the Stratos?
Yeah, but not this year, because I've already missed the first 4 rounds, but I will do next year. Yeah, we'll do the whole lot again, definitely.
What is it? It's sad to see the Stratos go. It was a unique car out there in the retro scene, but you feel you've got a new weapon underneath you now?
I think, hopefully, I think this car, when we've got it dialed in, should do quicker lap times than the Stratos, but it will never be as quick off the line, I don't suppose, but who knows. We did it for 6 years. The only thing, I've always been known for having cars with big body kits and wide wings and wild looking. This is probably the most boring looking car I've ever had. We were going to put a taxi sign on the roof, but...
But it's good to see it here though, and your history in the sport dates back, as you said, 55 years now, but you raced at the top level in supercars. What's it like to come to an event like this and see everything thrown together?
It's good to see a lot of old drivers who I've used to race against in the past, and now racing against half of them sons and even grandsons in some cases, but it's always good. It's a great atmosphere, and what lovely weather. You couldn't have an event like this, even if it was wet, it'd still be fun.
Yeah.
But no, I'm really enjoying it.
Excellent. Great to hear from you, John. John Cross, an absolute star of British Rallycross, European Rallycross for a decade, and great to have him here still in a Super Retro division for 2027. So we'll keep wandering around the paddock. If we bump into anyone else, we'll come back to you. But the track action should be restarting fairly soon on circuit. So Liam Duran's made it back out onto circuit for the first time this weekend in Rosie, the Group B legendary Ford RS200, and Liam Duran is throwing it through the chicane. This is our final Group B rallycross race of day one, and Liam Duran has not disappointed. He was unable to get the car out in the earlier parts of the day, a small issue. They've rectified it on Rosie, and this legendary Ford RS200 in the cream and blue Q8 Oils colours is being thrown around Lydden Hill Circuit. If you didn't hear Liam earlier on the stage, he said that he wants to drive it hard, he wants to drive it fast, push the car to its limits. That is in Liam's DNA, that is what he does, and he's really putting on a good show as he comes out of North Bend Hairpin and down into Paddock Bend through the ever daunting right-hander at the bottom of the hill, the number 11 car of Liam, up through the chicane onto his final lap. He's got Philippe Tolomere behind him, number 3 Peugeot 205. It's a Matti Alamaki replica, and our third runner, Steve Harris, in the Ford RS200. His grandson Caleb is due to be driving the car a bit more this weekend as well, so we might see the Harris family swapping over. Our final Group B runner, Dave Halford, in his Audi Quattro. So we have 4 Group B cars on the circuit, and it's Liam Duran who's charging into North Bend Hairpin for what is the final time then. The X Games gold medalist, European Championship event winner, charges out of North Bend Hairpin, lights up the tyres and into Paddock Bend then for the final time, and it's a big slide from Duran at the bottom of the hill onto the loose circuit, up onto the loose surface, up to the timing line, and Liam Duran wins our final Group B rallycross outing of day one. They'll be back for more tomorrow. Philippe Tolomere is second, Steve Harris third, and our final finisher should be Dave Halford in his Audi Quattro. Dave is going round North Bend Hairpin now, slowly in the 555 car, but great to see the Group B cars out. That's the first time this weekend we've had the joy of seeing Rosie out on circuit. Liam Duran in the Ford RS200 waving to the crowd on his way back round. Dave Halford retiring sadly the Audi Quattro, but great to have Liam back here at his family's home circuit in the RS200, and that kick-starts our final session of races of day one for the rallycrossers here at the second Lydden Legends Festival. '90s supercars next on the line, and it's Pat Ryan on pole position, the Irishman in his Mitsubishi Colt. Alongside him on row one, it's Ollie O'Donovan in the car this time, not Patrick. It's very helpful that both Ollie and Patrick have coloured overalls, because orange and blue, Ollie with green and yellow, and you can see Double OD, the 2007 British Rallycross champion, on the outside of row one in the Peugeot 306, driven by Will Gollop and co throughout many decades in the British Rallycross Championship. Second row, Gerard Roussel in number 87 in his Renault 5. That is an incredible French Championship winning car in the Stars and Stripes. Let's see what Roussel can do. Thomas Ramanauskas is in the 888 car starting alongside him, and on the back row, Dara Morris from Ireland in his Per Eklund Tribute Subaru. Per raced a similar car in the European Championship in the 1990s with support from ProDrive, and Per has still got that Subaru. It's in his workshop in Sweden without a livery on it. Final starter, George Tracy Sr., former supercar star of the British Rallycross Championship. A big grid, 3 laps of action for four-wheel drive 1990 supercars. We're away, and it's a good start from Gerard Roussel in number 87. So Roussel gets the best of the launches in the treble-winning French Championship car, but it's Double OD Ollie O'Donovan who gets back underneath him
first turn onto the Talladega banking. It's Ollie with the early advantage. His second spot for Roussel. Pat Ryan, the pole sitter, has gone from first to fourth in a few metres, but Roussel's made his way up into second spot. Dara Morris in the Subaru is your third place runner, and then Pat Ryan in what is a mule car really. It started as a Mitsubishi Evo 6. He was planning to convert it into a Hyundai i20, but he's stuck with the Mitsubishi Colt, and we see this car competing in the Irish Championship at Mondello Park through the winter, and he's one of the favourite Irish supercar drivers in the series. But it's Ollie O'Donovan then in the car that he took to the 2007 British Rallycross Championship, beating Andrew Jordan in a 10 for the crown that year. He is putting clear now of the Racing Pack. Remember, this supercar, yes, it's a 1990s supercar race, but the car out front in the hands of Ollie O'Donovan was competing and winning in British events right through to 2010. So we know that it is a very, very good car. Will Gollop doesn't build bad cars, that is for sure. He built an incredible machine with a Peugeot 306, and he's leaving this trail of cars behind him, because Roussel's still second, Morris in third, the Mitsubishi Colts in fifth place, with George Tracy Sr. in the ex-Kenneth Hansen Citroen Zara through the right-hander in the 2002 Kenneth Hansen livery. He's at the penultimate runner, with Thomas Ramanauskas trying to live with them in the underpowered Mitsubishi Evo 4. We're on to our final lap then. Last lap here at Lydden for the last race of the day for the 90s supercars. We've got plenty more action still to come later this afternoon. Still got one more interview on stage as well at 4:30 with Patrick O'Donovan, but it's Dad Ollie who's leading this 90s supercar race. Into the Devil's Elbow he goes through the left-hander. It's still Gerard Roussel with a strong spot in second, with Dara Morris, Pat Ryan third and fourth. But Ollie O'Donovan into North Bend Hairpin then. He had the car in a bright yellow livery when he won the title, nearly 20 years ago, but he is now into the Will Gollop colours, running the car as a tribute to the success Will enjoyed in the British Championship in the 1990s. And up to the timing line he comes. Ollie wins with ease. Who's second? It should be Gerard Roussel. It will be Gerard Roussel in the Renault 5, but there's a good fight behind, and a bumper goes flying off Dara Morris's Subaru, and it goes right into the face of Pat Ryan. So Pat Ryan's Mitsubishi Colt has become a Mitsubishi Colt / Subaru, because he's got Impreza bodywork on the front of his Mitsubishi Colt after dramas over the line for Dara Morris. The Per Eklund tribute car doesn't look as smart as it did when it started, but it's only a bumper that's gone missing, and you just go and find Pat in the paddock and fit it onto the Subaru again, hopefully. But it's George Tracy Sr. who's our penultimate finisher, and Thomas Ramanauskas, your final runner in our last 90s race of the day. Pat Ryan's Mitsubishi Colt with the Subaru Aero. That's not what he had planned. It's a car which has become a bit of a mule, as he explained yesterday. It was an Evo 6 and it's been transformed into a Colt, and now he's got the added bodywork which the crowd are enjoying on Dover Slope. One of the Lydden marshals will go to assist, and Dara Morris's bodywork when he recovers the day. Hope you're enjoying the action here at the second Lydden Legend Festival then. So much to see in the paddock and on circuit. Difficult to keep up with what is going on here at times, because we have so much going on in the paddock and on track as well. But it's our final Rallycross Festival race next, and it will be the more modern supercars, with George Tracy Jr., our first driver out in his Olivier Anne Citroen C4. So this isn't a Kenneth Hansen built car, it's a Citroen built machine. Very pucker piece of kit, and the Yakko sticker car comes down onto pole position with the former junior Rallycross racer. George raced a bit in super modified back in the day as well, a Lotus here I remember, but not anything full time. So great to have George on pole position. Alongside him, Steve Hill is a regular in the British Rallycross Championship in the Evo 10. He's been driving this car since 2010, so it fits into the Rallycross Festival category. And on the outside, Tristan Ovenden, who's cycling himself up from the front row in the ex-Jake Harris Citroen DS3. The second row, we find the Lamborghini, and that is the very special Lamborghini from the Austrian Autocross Championship, which has been brought to Lydden for this weekend. Great to have Stefan Windschiel from Germany in his Lamborghini Gallardo. Don't forget, this was a proper supercar. It is not a space frame. It is a full-blown Lamborghini made to go autocrossing. And on the back row, the pre-event favourite, Andrew Jordan. Let's go racing then for the final time today in the Rallycross Festival, and Andrew Jordan gets the best of the starts from the back row. He's up into third spot already, but it's Steve Hill who's going to lead them down into Chessons for the first time. Tristan Ovenden goes out wide. The sparring partners in the British Rallycross Championship have been broken up here by Andrew Jordan. 2-7. AJ's up into second spot. He's gone from the back row. Now he's into second. Can he get the lead before the end of the opening lap? Steve Hill will have his work cut out to keep the 2013 BTCC champion behind him, but Steve Hill's parked it on the inside. The highly experienced Rallycross campaigner knows his way around this Lydden Hill circuit. He's been in the Rallycross sport since 2005, and he's going to have to use every bit of that knowledge now to keep Andrew Jordan at bay, because AJ is right there on the rear wing of the Mitsubishi Evo 10 as they come through the chicane for the first time. The Kenneth Hansen C4 of AJ is right there in the wheel tracks of Steve Hill as the Lamborghini of Stefan Windshield has a drama through the chicane section, but it's still Steve Hill. 76 years of age is Steve. He's keeping the far younger Andrew Jordan behind him for now, and Steve in a modern day supercar. It competes in the British Rallycross Championship despite its age. It's a 2010 car when he started out in Rallycross in this very machine, but he's keeping the 2006 spec Citroen C4 in his pocket for now. But Andrew's warming up the rear bumper and he's going to try and make a move. There's no joker lap to get through, so he's going to have to do it on circuit, and he makes a move coming down into paddock. Steve Hill runs out wide. Steve's gone circuit racing. Andrew Jordan back into second, and Tristan Ovenden has the best seat in the house in third. So we stay as we were despite the dramas at paddock. It's still Steve Hill from Andrew, from Tristan, and Andrew Jordan's now running out of time because they're on their final lap, and Andrew Jordan's going to want to try and take the lead away from Steve Hill here into the Devil's Elbow for the final time. Can the 76-year-old hold on? He's got the former BTCC champion behind him, and Steve knows it. He's sitting on the inside line. He's not going to let Andrew through very easily at all. They come down Hairy Hill for the final time. Great racing between the supercars, and AJ's right on the rear bumper now. Steve Hill keeps the lead for now, but Andrew's going to try and get underneath him. Brilliant stuff from the supercars, and Steve Hill does it. Steve wins, keeps Andrew Jordan at bay. Great stuff from the festival outing. Third place will be Tristan Ovenden. He had an issue, it seems, in the Citroen DS3. Fourth will be Olivier Anne in the Citroen, George Tracy Jr. in the Citroen C4. Olivier Anne, a tribute car, and our final runner in the Lamborghini Gallardo is going to be Stefan Windshield. And it sounds brilliant as it comes past the commentary tower. It's normally on autocross circuit, so it doesn't usually do the tarmac, and he's doing well to still try to live as much as he can with the supercars. Great stuff, and Andrew Jordan and co will be back for more tomorrow. Brilliant to have the Rallycross Festival cars here. Hopefully Liam Duran can get his Citroen C4 working again, because Liam is due to be in the mix in that very group. So get those cars back out on circuit tomorrow, add Liam Duran, and we're set for some great racing again on day 2 of the Lydden Legends Festival. Whoa. Now we have a extra entrant to this one. This is the Rallycross two-wheel drive groups, and we have Trevor Reeves. He's going to go racing. He was only due to demo the car, but Trevor Reeves, a former European Rallycross star of the 80s and 90s, is here on the grid in Pat Duran's Ford Sierra RS500, and we'll see how Trevor gets on in the Q8 oil stickered car. He starts from the outside of row number 1. It's Lee Wood on pole in treble 3. Simon Hart alongside in the Mark 1 Escort. The Pat Duran car in the hands of Trevor Reeves. Gustave Tarrier starts on row 2 in the Alpine A310. And on the back row, Anne Swayland in 22. And Stuart Emery's car, Ted Shepherd, in the Peugeot 206. That is the most confusing thing about these Legends events. Cars that you associate with the normal drivers being driven by someone completely different. But it's definitely Ted Shepherd in the car this weekend, and he's in 1-3-2. Good grid and an extra entrant in the hands of Trevor Reeves. What can the former European star do from the front row here. He wasn't due to go racing. He's in Pat Duran's freshly rebuilt Ford Sierra. We're ready to race, and let's see what Reeves can do in the Q8 sticker colours. We're away, and Trevor does get a pretty decent start. It's Lee Wood who gets bogged down off the line, but Gustave Tarrier in the Alpine has got the best of the starts coming down into Talladega, and it's the Frenchman who leads the way. Gustave Tarrier then up into top spot. Ted Shepherd's going to try and do that high and wide line again, which he's been doing throughout the weekend. There in second spot, Dan Swayland third, and it's Trevor Reeves in fourth in the number 46. But great stuff from the two-wheel drive runners. This is the first of many grids for two-wheel drive rallycross cars, so expect to see plenty more of this, and Ted Shepherd's going to try and get the lead away from the Frenchman into North Bend Hairpin. He goes through, so the young charger up into top spot. It's Ted in the lead. Into second spot goes Tarrier, and now Dan Swayland's made his way through, so Dan Swayland then up into second position. He's passed Gustave Tarrier in the Alpine. Trevor Reeves holding on in fourth spot, getting used to the Ford Sierra. This would be like going back in time for Trevor, more than 30 years out of a Ford Sierra rallycross car, and he's running in fourth at the minute. Behind the Alpine A310, Lee Wood and Simon Hart are closer. Ted Shepherd with an absolutely huge jump over the tabletop. It was out of the view of the live stream, but Ted, huge moment over the jump, a massive launch and a heavy landing, but he's still leading. So Ted Shepherd then leads the way. It's Dan Swayland, your second place driver, Gustave Tarrier in third, and as we come through the North Bend, you see Shepherd, Swayland, Tarrier, Reeves and the Lee Wood car, which Lee's struggling for pace, it seems, in this one. He's dropped away a bit from his usual high standards in this event, at least. As we start our final lap, it's Ted Shepherd with the advantage over Dan Swayland for now. Gustave Tarrier still fourth, and now Lee Wood is beginning to show his speed. Lee Wood then is closing in on the Ford Escort, on the Ford Sierra of Trevor Reeves, and he's making the place. So up into fourth place now comes Lee Wood. It's still Ted Shepherd with the advantage. Dan Swayland in the RS200 powered Ford Escort Mark 1. He's running strongly in second spot. Gustave Tarrier third, fourth for Lee Wood, and then we find in fifth place Trevor Reeves on this extra outing. He was only planning to drive the car in a brief test session earlier today. He didn't think he would get out and go racing, so great to have Trevor out on circuit. But it's the young charger in the form of Ted Shepherd, Will Gollop's nephew, who comes through to win. It's a win for Ted. He takes top spot. Second for Dan Swayland. Third is Gustave Tarrier in the Alpine A310. Lee Wood is your fourth place runner, and our final, in the top five at least, Trevor Reeves. Great to have Trevor here at Lydden. He comes through in fifth, and final finisher Simon Hart in the 137. Great stuff from the two-wheel drive group. We've probably got time to commentate on one more race here before going back into the paddock for Patrick O'Donovan's Q&A. That's our final Q&A session at 4:30, but there is plenty of on-track action still to enjoy. We're into the thick of the Rallycross two-wheel drive demos at the minute. Once they are complete, we'll be going into a brief track maintenance period before the Group B cars from the rally side come out on circuit. Rally four-wheel drive cars will follow. We'll have a Ford Rally two-wheel drive demonstration at about 5 o'clock, followed by the other rally two-wheel drive group. If you've booked a passenger ride as well, and the hot laps, they will come at the end of the day. So there's passenger rides to come just before 6 o'clock. So still plenty to see here with 2 hours left before curfew, and it's another batch of two-wheel drive runners up to the timing line. Jos Sterkens in number 54 is your pole sitter. The former European Championship regular from Belgium comes down onto pole. Alongside him, Emmanuel Anne in the French Championship Division 4 winning car. It's got the French supermarket sponsors on the side. You can tell it's a proper French rallycross machine, and the Leclerc sticker car is ready to go from the middle of row 1. Alongside is Rudolf Schaefer in the Citroen Saxo. We know that is potent. It has gone very well already today, and the 101 car. Try to ignore the period numbers on the doors, because the numbers which the organisers are going by this weekend are the numbers on the windscreen. So that's the number to look at if you're trying to match the cars up to the programme. Vince Bristow in 97 starts on row number 2 with James Harold for company in the fearsome Beetle. And on the back row, it's the Carrot Cartel member Alan Tapscott from Devon. He's on the very back row in number 91. We're ready to go. 3 laps of action with Sturkens, Anne and Schaefer on your front row. Green and go. James Harold who gets the best start. It's not four-wheel drive anymore, that Beetle, but no one seemed to tell James because he's already into the lead. Great stuff from James Harold then. He charges the family heirloom into top spot. He's a former stock hatch star of the past, a retro champion. He knows how to pedal this car, and James Harold up over the tabletop with the lead in the fearsome Volkswagen Beetle. Jos Sturkens, your second place runner, with the Emmanuel Anne, the Rudolf Schaefer, Citroen Saxo, and Vince Bristow running out the order, with Alan Tapscott just at the back of the train, having made a slow start. But James Harold then through the right-hander at North Bend Hairpin with the advantage in what is an incredible Volkswagen Beetle. It's a 50 plus years old chassis. The team have kept it going, they've rebuilt it, had failure at Lowiak last year, so the team's been busy rebuilding the car, and James and Dad Paul getting the Volkswagen Beetle ready to go, and it really looks the part as always. They did a brief shakedown session here at a track day, like many of the drivers do. They might book a track day session just to check things over before coming to one of the big events like this, and James Harold and the team will be very pleased indeed with how the Volkssport car is going. Good fight between the French drivers behind, the Renault Clio versus the Citroen Saxo. That is for 3rd and 4th place. Anne versus Schaefer through the left-hander of the elbow, and the best of the front-wheel drive cars, the only front-wheel drive cars in this group, are having their own little battle. It's Clio versus Saxo in a tussle of the French marks out of North Bend Hairpin and down Hairy Hill. James Harold still your race leader. Into the final lap now. Last lap board is being made ready on these 3-lap runs at the second Lydden Legends Festival. Through the chicane come Tapscott and Bristow, but it's all been about James Harold, and now Jos Sturkens is coming under pressure. So the Belgian driver is coming under pressure now from the French front-wheel drive runners behind him. He's got Emmanuel Anne on his tail, and the Renault Clio with the 401 sticker on the side. There's a former Division 4 championship winning car in France, a very competitive series, so we know this Clio is a very good bit of kit, and he's closing in on the Ford Escort Mark 1 as they go into the North Bend Hairpin for what is the final time. James Harold has checked out. He is disappearing down the hill while the others are still coming out of North Bend, but James, he's going to win, but the fight for second has been on for a little while now, and Jos Sturkens is just about going to be able to keep the plucky little Renault Clio behind. Great stuff for Emmanuel Anne to get close to the Mark 1 Escort, and great racing from the two-wheel drive brigade. There's a Q&A in 15 minutes time, so the last Q&A of the day is on the stage, and that will be with multiple British Rallycross champion and former European winner Patrick O'Donovan. So do head into the paddock if you want to watch that at 4:30. I need to shoot over and do that, so we'll leave you with the two-wheel drive races. Enjoy the rest of the action here, and we'll be back with you shortly for the Q&A on stage.
We're all set for our final live interview here at day one of Lydden Legends Festival. Been great to have so many guests up here on stage throughout the course of the day. Drive group is going to be building behind us in the dummy grid shortly, ready for the last rally runs of the day. But delighted to be joined by treble-winning British Rallycross champion, European Rallycross star and former champion as well, Patrick O'Donovan. Great to have you here, Patrick, and you brought a very special car up onto the stage with you as well. It's the not usual Rallycross machinery, but a very rally car.
Yeah, it's a car that I've been fortunate and lucky enough to have driven a couple of times now. I drove it at the Supercar Festival they host in Pembury, and then again in a geriatric meetup. my dad invited me along to in Killarney. It was really cool to see so many like ex-WRC cars, and of course this is a car with a good bit of history, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to drive it.
Ford Escort Cosworth, built for Robbie Head drive it in period, is that right?
Yeah, Robbie Head. According to like EWRC and things like that, I'm not sure if it's the original plate or not, but it's had Robbie Head and one with Malcolm as well. So it's pretty special and cool car.
Oh, the livery as well is just proper, but just a bit. But your plans this year, it did feel strange at Easter not seeing Patrick O'Donovan's name on the entry list for a British Championship round, but that's because you're focusing on the European Series this year. Just tell us a bit about what you're doing there and how the season's gone so far. You had a few tricky moments.
Yeah, I mean, like, of course, it's no secret that Rallycross has been in a bit of a difficult spot internationally in the last couple of years. I mean, with everything that happened with the electric cars and then COVID, it's had a bit of a lull. But I mean, I think now that the FIA is fully backing Rallycross, I think they've done an absolutely amazing job this year, and I think everyone was a bit sceptical to see how it's going to turn out. But I mean, James Nixon spearheading that program, and I think it's coming together so well, and they're doing an amazing job. So yeah, I think for us the big focus was to maybe, unfortunately, we weren't able to fully focus on the British and to put all the budget into Europeans, try and help kickstart that and get as much out of it as we possibly can. I think, like I say, Rallycross was in a difficult position, but now it finally feels like it's coming back.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, you can feel the spirit's there, isn't it? It feels like a good level again. The level is high, as you know, and how those first couple of rounds gone for you? You've had some tricky moments in those events. The last one at Hungary in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very hard on myself. I'm not a sore loser, but I don't like losing. I don't think anyone does. I get a lot of satisfaction out of a good result, but I think for me, like, Riga was a bit difficult. It's not a track that I particularly gel with. I prefer like heavy gravel circuits, but I was P5 there, strong result to spring forward into the championship, and then I was really unlucky in Hungary. I hit the wall on one of the races, my own fault. I made a misjudgment and a bit of rookie error. I hit the wall, and then the boys did an absolutely incredible job to get the car repaired. Got back out, and unfortunately a bit of contact with Vaby. I was coming out of the Joker, and he just tagged the back of the car, but it was a racing incident. I mean, it was just really unfortunate, but unfortunately that put an end to our weekend because it was in the semi-final. But it was gutting because the pace was really strong and the lap times looked like they were top three, so it's just unfortunate to not be able to show full potential. But I mean, go now, it's a Sweden track. I've won twice there in the European Championship. It's got my first ever European Championship win there as well, so it's a really special track to me, and one that I'm really looking forward to getting out to.
And seeing you back here at Lydden is always a treat. It's not just the Escort that you've been in. You've been sliding the Peugeot 306 around. What's it like to drive that car, the one that took your dad to the 2007 title? So important part of the O'Donovan family history.
Yeah, with the car having so much history, it means a lot to him, and it means a lot to me as well. It's really cool. I mean, I have like one of my earliest rallycross memories probably ever was they used to give out they were like brassy gold looking helmets on top of like trophies, and it was back when I was probably like 4 or 5, and Dad had won something. I can't remember if it was in that car or another car, but I remember him just about the end of when he was racing in that in 2007 or 8, and I mean, I was only a toddler at this point, but I remember dropping the trophy and it broke the helmet. It's super glued, and I still have it actually in my bedroom at the moment. It's the super glued helmet back onto the trophy, but from back when he won. But I mean, yeah, just so many childhood memories attached to that car, and watching Dad. I mean, he's got so much history in that car. So watching him go out and then being able to go out and drive it as well is just, yeah, it's super special.
And Rallycross is such a key part of your family story. You've been racing in the British Championship now since you were 14, and into rally from the Swifts through RX 150s. It just must be lovely to come back to an event like this and just soak it all up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it to you the other day. We were having a bit of a catch-up. Of course, motorsport's brilliant. I love motorsport, but I wouldn't say I'm a massive motorsport fan. I'm a massive rallycross fan. Like, I love watching rallycross. If you're going to catch me sitting down and watching any motorsport, it's either going to be rallycross or MotoGP. But I mean, rallycross is definitely it takes the biscuit. What more do you want? I've got a terrible attention span. Like Gen Z, like TikTok, all that. It's perfect for me. But to be able to watch an entire race in only 4.5 minutes, and for it to be so high action. It's like it's the MMA of motorsport.
Yeah, great. And you plan for tomorrow? You'd be out in the Escort and the 306 again, and the little Swift here as well. Not forgetting the Swift, which kick-started your rallycross career.
Yeah, it's a special car for me to have it. I was speaking to Teddy McPherson earlier, and he asked me when was the first time I drove that car. And it was a really amazing Christmas present, the best Christmas present I've ever had. But back when I was 13, before I turned 14, and so that car just on the driveway, just literally into first, little turnaround, back into reverse, back and forth, probably all day long. Probably destroyed a clutch in one day. But yeah, to be able to have that here I mean that's such a fun car to drive. It's getting from the 306 and the Cosy, where you have to press the brake pedal so hard to get it to stop, to back into that. I'm locking up every time for the first lap. It's like big puffs of water, and then I'm like, oh, okay, a little bit softer on the brakes, fine.
And that's just behind us now in dummy grid. So you're going to be back out in that shortly?
Yeah, I'll be back out in it earlier, and I managed to go around the outside of a Mark 1 Escort, and I was myself in Devil's Elbow for that. He kind of went on the brakes, and I was like, oh, I shouldn't really do this, and I just slammed it into second, sent it around the outside. It was great fun.
Excellent. Great to have you up here, Patrick, and yeah, look forward to seeing you back out on track again in a few minutes, and tomorrow, because we'll have a lot more rally demos to look forward to, and rallycross as well. Patrick will be out in both, in the rallycross and the rally. That's our final Q&A of the day. Hope you've enjoyed those here on the stage in the middle of Lydden Hill Paddock. Back for more tomorrow with similar guests and some new faces as well. So plenty more to come later this afternoon as well, before curfew up at 6 p.m. So enjoy the rest of day one here at the festival. we've got a bit of time before the next Rally two-wheel drive demos kickstart. So we've had a wander around the paddock, which you always like to do here at Lydden, and bumped into Alan Tapscott, an absolute star of British Rallycross for many a decade. Alan, great to have you here in the Mark II Escort again for this weekend, and yeah, it's great to be part of Lydden Legend Festival, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. All the cars here are really good, and it's a good festival.
You always were a Vauxhall man, really, through your super modified days with the Corsas and the Nova, but the Ford Escort, you've still found a good new way to take on the other super retro racers out there.
Yeah, we got this one here. We're going to finish out the year with this one, and then we're building one. We're building one in process at the minute, which is going to be more power, because that's actually a rally car. So we're going to turn another one into a rallycross car, make it light on the right limit. We got a for it, a new gear for it. It's going to be light. It's going to be a fair car.
And this one behind you was a barn find, wasn't it? It was a very good barn find, but that's where it originated from into your ownership.
Yeah, it was in a barn find. Somebody offered it to me. I bought it and progressed with it a little bit, but not spent major money on it. Pretty a simple car, and it will go back as a rally car.
Right. So the plan with the new one is just a bit of an upgrade on this?
Yeah, it will be a big upgrade. I mean, we're going to have 100 horsepower more. We got the right gearbox going, it's Sensonis gearbox. We're going to have a new axle on it. It's having Monte Carlo arches fitted on it, so it's going to look a bit special.
Excellent. And good to be out here with the regular retro drivers, but also some French drivers to take on as well. That's the beauty of the Legends event, it's a real mixture.
Yeah, it's good. That's what we want to do, is bring them all in and let's have a good go at it.
And Pat Duran said to me earlier, you're part of the Carrot Cartel, which is the Devon-based group of rallycross enthusiasts. Pat now living in Devon, and you building cars and building. But what's that all about? There's a bit of quite a community down there now, isn't there?
We have got a lot of interest because we took on the project of Steve Harris's G3.
Yep.
We've got that here. We've had a big push to get it here, but it's not finished. In that, we've had a lot of today to build some more Mark IIs. So they want a price on it, so we may end up building.
And you do that down in the Devon workshops with Easterbrook Motorsport and AT Motors yourself as well. There's quite a community of you.
Yeah, it's got a lot of cars doing. We got all sorts of cars there. We got road going Mark II Escort estates there. We got a 1600 Sport doing, and it seems to be building and building and building. You know, and a couple of guys have approached us today, which one is Mike Seller. He wants us to build us a Mark II Escort, so I've got to price it up for him. We're going to see what we can do for him.
Excellent. Well, it sounds so much interest in the rallycross scene, and you've been around for decades in the British Championship. You're one of the longest standing drivers out there now, and you've been really involved in the sport for such a while. It's great to see it now stronger with these Legends events.
Yeah, I love doing that. I've been probably doing it now 28 years. I'm in with a Nova, which is like Turpin's Nova. Use that for the first few years. And then we progressed and built a Corsa. Then I won a championship with that, and that got sold and went to Ireland. And I still got the rear wheel drive Corsa, and we're hoping that next year it may be coming out again.
Well, never know. Yeah, that'd be great to see you back in the Vauxhall. Alan, thank you for joining us in the paddock. We're going to continue our wander around a while before we kick-start the track action again this afternoon with the Rally two-wheel drive cars, your next track action on circuit. Well, it didn't take too long to find another retro rallycross star. We've bumped into James Harrold now, who's brought the family heirloom Volkswagen Beetle to the second Lydden Legends Festival. James, always great to see you and the family and the car here at the circuit. And yeah, great to be out. It's going very well today as well.
Yeah, it's been good, thanks Dan. Yeah, we've just finished the third run, so no problems at all. We had a few issues over the winter, which we've rectified, and they're fine. So yeah, what a great day, great event, lovely weather, brilliant crowd. What more can you ask for?
You're planning really to do these Legends events with the car now. So no full-time retro campaign where you're doing every round as you did before, but just leaving it for the special ones like this.
Yeah, we'll do this one every year and Lowiak the sister event. So if we can do this and Lowiak every year, we'll be happy. And it's 54 years old, the poor old girl. You know, it's not going to last. It's not going to do another full championship year. But these special events, we'll try and do as many as we can.
And that is how special the car is. It dates back such a long time. Been in the family for decades, and just great for you to get the Beetle back out there and doing what it does best.
Yeah, a lot of history, a lot of emotion. You know, it's difficult for me to drive it with everything that's sort of happened in the past, but it's a like you said, a family heirloom, and we love it. Dad loves it. He spends nearly every night tinkering with it, doing something with it. So we all just we keep it alive for Peter, the original owner and driver, and it's a special car. Yeah,
and you can see the pace of it's still there. So it did run in four-wheel drive spec for a time, and then into two-wheel drive. So just a bit about the history of it when it went from four-wheel drive to two, and what the thinking was there.
Yeah, so it was converted to four-wheel drive in 1992, I believe, and it ran for about 6 or 7 years as four-wheel drive, with the supercars up against the RS200s, Metro 6R4s, basically the same engine. And then when Peter passed away in 2003, we got it back to our workshop. Things changed a bit, obviously, in the championship, and we decided to convert it back to rear-wheel drive and sort of go through it, nut and bolt it. It's essentially the same car, but it's been modernised. So we've now got a Motec engine management system on it. Makes it a little bit more drivable, but it's still 900 kilos, 600 horsepower, turbocharged, so it's essentially still a Beetle, which is a difficult thing to get around a rallycross circuit, but we've refined it over the years. Dad's done so much work on the handling and the suspension and the brakes, and it's now the sort of car that you can drive and it's competitive. So as long as we can keep it like that and do these events, we're happy.
Yeah, and that's great. It's brilliant to see it here. And you got an information board out on the front of the car as well, just to make sure everyone knows the story of it, because that's the Jensen Button drove it once as well, didn't he, here? So it's got a lot of history.
Yeah, Jensen drove it. That was 2015. And so many people are so surprised at, you never generally see a Beetle go this quickly. So a lot of people are quite surprised at what it is. And so we have a little board made up just to show people a bit of the history and a bit of the details. And it's great.
Excellent. Great to chat to you, James, and just get a bit of a flavour. People who haven't, as James said, seen the Beetle go that fast before, you can see that here at Lydden Legends. And after a strong day today, we'll be back for more tomorrow. So we'll continue our wander around here and see who else we can see. So we come to a different part of the Lydden Hill paddock now, into the very busy rally area, which is absolutely jam-packed full of rally machinery from the 60s right through to the 2000s. And we've stopped here at the Ford RS200 of James Avis. And James, you're our last driver of the day to go on the live stream Q&A, and yeah, brilliant to have you here. Ford RS200 at Lydden, very special car at a special circuit.
Oh, 2 years ago we came here for the first time and we thought, wow, it was brilliant. So, but 2 years is an awful long time to wait to come back, you know, because, you know, to be able to stretch this, you know, really stretch the engine and the gearbox and everything on a place like this is fantastic. You know, I just wish it was every year, not every years.
Maybe they'll have plans, who knows. Yeah. But yeah, the Ford RS200, great to see it. This is a proper pucker car that Stig Blomqvist has driven.
Oh yeah.
After he signed the car as well.
Oh, there you go. There it is there. Oh yeah, you know, it's the only one basically that is out all the time. You know, she spends her life being dragged around Europe, this country. You know, she's at Goodwood. I think that's 15 times she's been to Goodwood, and you know, I just love. She's so loves these kind of places, and I just love driving her. I've got lots of other cars, but this is the one they always request. She was in Scotland 2 weeks ago going through the forests in Scotland. That's why she's on gravel suspension. You know, we didn't have time to change or everything to a tarmac spec, but who cares? All we're here to do is enjoy ourselves and, you know, make sure we put on a show for the people who come here, and hopefully they are happy with what we do.
I'm sure they will be. Fans trackside and people watching on the live stream as well. You're out again tomorrow, I'm sure, and great to go round on the rally cars doing the tarmac circuit, and you say you're on gravel spec, but yeah, it's great to be out there.
Oh, it doesn't matter what tyres you've got. You know, as long as the car's moving around and looking good, what the hell? Yeah. You know, the thing is to put on a show. That's what this is all about, to get the public interested in Group B rally cars. And like I say, we were in Scotland 2 weeks ago. Before that, we were down in Bath. We're off to, you know, where the Lion Park. And then we go to Goodwood. You know, basically, every other weekend, she's out. You know, because it's what organisers want. Yeah. You know, a car that they know that will be there at the start and be there at the finish. And she is. She's a great car, a real great car, you know, and very easy to maintain, and absolute, people just love her.
You own other cars, but the RS200 is your favourite. Other Group B cars, you mean, and the RS200 is your favourite.
I've got the Audi Quattro, you know, and it just sits at home, because organisers phone you up and say, look, we want you, can I bring the Quattro? No, we want the RS200. you know. But I've got safari cars as well, you know, at home, and but it's always the Group B RS200.
Oh, that's great. That's brilliant to see it here. We've got a couple of them here at Lydden today as well. So yeah, more to come tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you know, I wish I could stay here all week. You know, you just get a buzz, and to go around the circuit, and it's just brilliant. It really is.
Excellent. Thank you, James. That seems like a good note to end our interviews on, and our commentary on the live stream from the first day of Lydden Legend Festival as well. We're back for more tomorrow morning. This is the rally area. James will be with us as well. So do head to Lydden Hill tomorrow. 10:30 action begins. I hope to see you trackside and watching on the live stream as well.